Chapter 2459. Inside the void corridor, Yang Kai quickly passed through it as if he was walking on flat ground, completely ignoring the ubiquitous void turbulence and the erratic void cracks. This place might be dangerous for others, but for Yang Kai, it was like his own back garden. When he was cultivating the Tao of space, he had entered this place countless times, comprehending the mysteries of space and experiencing the wonders of space force. He had a clear understanding of the characteristics of this place. Less than an hour after separating from Lan He, Yang Kai suddenly felt a slight burning sensation on the back of his hand, which was the reaction between star seals. His expression changed and he immediately rushed in a certain direction. His current star seal was a six-pointed star seal, which was a relatively high-end existence, so he could sense the location of most cultivator from a long distance. Not long after he arrived at the place, but when he looked around, the scene he saw made him frown. Because the scene in front of him was bloody, with countless severed limbs and minced flesh constantly floating in the void undercurrent. There was not a single living person in sight. In that place, however, there were 7 or 8 ownerless star seals floating quietly. 7 or 8 star seals meant that 7 or 8 people had died here. They had not been killed by others, but had fallen into the void corridor and been swallowed by the void undercurrent, or had been killed by the void cracks here. When Yang Kai walked over, the ownerless star seals seemed to be attracted by something and flew towards the back of his hand, transforming into specks of starlight that imprinted themselves on the back of his hand, causing his six-pointed star seal to become even brighter and warmer. He couldn't help feeling a little worried. Previously, everyone had been swallowed by the collapsed space and their futures were uncertain. He wasn't worried about the life or death of others. The only one he was worried about was Yin Lusheng. This guy had better not die before he found him. If he died, Yang Kai would have no way to find him to inquire about information. There were still some vague reactions coming from the front. Yang Kai didn't stop for long and continued on his way. The further he went, the more corpses Yang Kai encountered of cultivator corpses and star seals left behind. He didn't need to do anything at all. Along the way he had already collected more than 20 star seals. In other words, of the more than 40 Tao Source Realm cultivator who had been swallowed here, half of them had died. And from what he observed along the way, they should all be together, probably trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the Tao of space and couldn't break through the barrier of space, so they couldn't find an exit. According to this situation, this group of people would die sooner or later. Suddenly Yang Kai heard a faint shout. His eyes flashed as he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. After a short while, he arrived in front of a surging void undercurrent. Seemingly aware of Kai Yang's arrival, the person hurriedly shouted in Kai Yang's direction, "Friend, save me! Don't leave me behind. Save me." Yang Kai was indifferent. Yang Kai Yang's divine sense. Yang 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 and Yang Yang. Where is Yin Lusheng? Yang Kai suddenly asked. When the man heard Yang Kai's voice, he was startled for a moment before calling out in a low voice, "Yang Kai." He obviously recognized Yang Kai's voice. "Where is Yin Lusheng?" Yang Kai asked. The man smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, save me first. Everything else can be discussed." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Zhang Hao won't save you, why should I?" This man was Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, so their strength was extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful he was still a Tao Source Realm cultivator. Falling into the void undercurrent, he could only wait for death. The more he struggled, the faster he would die. However, there was no trace of Zhang Hao here. It seemed that Zhang Hao had abandoned him. Zhang Hao. Hearing Yang Kai mention this name, Zhang Xian seemed to be touched. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "Don't mention that despicable villain's name in front of me. I will kill him sooner or later." Yang Kai didn't know what happened between these two holy sons, but Zhang Xian actually hated Zhang Hao to the bone. Yang Kai didn't bother to get to the bottom of it and just sneered, "Wait until you have a chance to get out of here." Hearing this, Zhang Xian's momentum fell to the bottom as he cried and begged, "Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Save me from here. I, Zhang Xian, will definitely repay your kindness. First tell me where Yin Lusheng went." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Zhang Xian said, "If I tell you, will you save me?" Yang Kai asked back, "What do you think?" Zhang Xian was angry and said, "Then why should I tell you?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the capital to be angry at this time, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, don't be angry." Zhang Xian misspoke. Yang Kai snorted, "I don't have the heart to save you and I won't save you. No matter what you say, it's useless. Zhang Xian panicked and his heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare show it, so the bitterness in his mouth was like eating a gold thread. Although I won't save you, I can avenge you. Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Hao and Yin Lisheng are together, right? Tell me where they went and I will help you kill Zhang Hao. Kill Zhang Hao. Zhang Xian was stunned and was silent for a while before he suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of madness. Yang Kai didn't urge him and just stood to the side and stared at him coldly. After a while, Zhang Xian's laughter faded and he said with a ferocious expression, "If you can find Zhang Hao, tear him to pieces for me. That's easy, I promise you." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that there must be some unknown grievances between these two holy sons, otherwise, Zhang Xian wouldn't be so hostile towards Zhang Hao. They went that way. Zhang Xian casually pointed in a direction. Yang Kai turned his head and nodded, his hand moving slightly as a moon blade slashed towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was shocked. Although he felt the energy fluctuations coming towards him, he was now trapped in the void undercurrent and couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he could only ask in horror, "What are you doing?" With a light swish, Zhang Xian felt a slight pain in his arm. Yang Kai coldly said, "I'll take your star seal, consider it as interest for the two of you joining forces to attack me. As for the rest, you can count on your own luck." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and collected the star seal on Zhang Xian's severed arm before turning around and rushing off in the direction Zhang Xian had indicated before. "Bastard, bastard!" Zhang Xian covered his wound with his other hand and roared with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai, however, had long since disappeared. About half a day later, Yang Kai finally sensed the location of the others, but most of them were dead, either swallowed by the void undercurrent or strangled to death by the void cracks. Their corpses were in tatters, leaving only their star seals to guide Yang Kai. Another day later, Yang Kai had collected most of the star seals of the more than 40 people. After swallowing more than 30 star seals, the 6-pointed star seal on the back of his hand finally changed, turning into a 7-pointed star seal, allowing him to perceive further distances. It was rumored that if a star seal could be upgraded to the highest level, a 9-pointed star seal, one could find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Whether this was true or not, Yang Kai had no interest in the so-called inheritance, so he didn't insist on it. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the fluctuations of several star seals in front of him. After a little calculation, Yang Kai knew that the owners of these star seals were the last survivors. And Yin Lisheng must be among them because along the way, although Yang Kai found the corpses of the other two Netherworld sect disciples, he did not see Yin Lisheng's. That guy was really lucky. He actually managed to survive until the end of the void corridor. How did he do it? Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed over. After an incense stick worth of time, he arrived at the place where these people were. Sweeping with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that there were only 4 people left. Yin Lisheng and Zhang Hao were among them, and the remaining 2 seemed to be top Dao Source Realm masters, but Yang Kai was not familiar with them. Moreover, not only were the 4 of them here, but even the Mountains and Rivers Bell, which had disappeared into the void, was also here. This unique treasure from the untainted land was responsible for the birth of an emperor and witnessed the war between emperors. After being silent for tens of thousands of years, it was now lying quietly in a corner of the void corridor. Its brilliance was restrained and it had no spirituality at all. It was like an old object that was quietly waiting for the arrival of its next owner. "You're not dead." Yin Lisheng turned his head and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment when he arrived here. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, which Yin Lisheng knew. When the two fought in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used the Space Divine technique to shatter the Starlight Corridor. Yin Lisheng was stunned because Yang Kai had clearly withstood the shock of the Mountains and Rivers Bell at such a close distance and was struck by his Azura Earth Demon, yet he could still survive. And now, it seemed that not only did he survive but he was also alive and kicking. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "You're not dead either, why is Brother Yin so surprised?" Yin Lisheng's eyes lit up as he nodded, "Good, very good, you're not dead." He actually had a look of joy on his face for Yang Kai, but it was unknown what he was so happy about. Yang Kai looked at him doubtfully and said, "Brother Yin, it's easy to misunderstand what you're saying, it's as if we have a very good relationship." Yin Lisheng laughed, "No matter what your relationship with me is, it's a good thing that you're not dead." Yang Kai's face became cold as he said, "I'm not dead but you're dead." Yin Lisheng said calmly, "There is no enmity between you and me, so why don't we just forget about it?" with a smile. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he said, This, Did I hear you right? Brother Ian, you actually want to forget about enmity with a smile? Is there something wrong with your head? Jianghu and the other two also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, they had seen the conflict and resentment between Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng before. Both of them were itching to kill the other, so why did Yin Lusheng's attitude change so much in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2460. Yin Lusheng smiled and said, "My head isn't broken and I'm actually quite clear-headed. Because I know that if I want to leave this place, Brother Yang's strength is indispensable." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned, "I understand what Brother Yin means, but why do you think I will take you out?" Yin Lusheng quickly said, "Don't you want to inquire about that puppet? That puppet is of great use to you, isn't it?" Hearing him mention Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai's face sank and he shouted, "Where is it?" Yin Lusheng chuckled and said calmly, "Brother Yang really values it. Since Brother Yang has a request and I have one, why don't we make a deal?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to rush over and beat Yin Lusheng up and then force him to tell him about Xiao Xiao's whereabouts, at this time, brute force couldn't solve the problem. As long as Yin Lusheng didn't tell him about Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, and even if he did, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he was telling the truth or not. Compared to killing Yin Lusheng, Yang Kai wanted to know more about Xiao Xiao. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "What kind of deal? Let's hear it." Yin Lusheng said, "You take me out of this damned place and I'll tell you the whereabouts of that puppet." Yang Kai sneered, "How do I know you're telling the truth? Maybe you don't even know where Xiao Xiao is." "I know." Yin Lusheng's expression turned solemn. "I might as well tell you that your puppet did fall into the Eastern Territory with me, but with my strength at the time I couldn't subdue it, so I followed it trying to find a good opportunity, but unfortunately I never succeeded. Where did it go now? In this world I am the only one who knows about this, there is no second person. Brother Yang, you'd best think clearly about whether you want to fight me here to the death, both of us suffering heavy losses, or make a fair trade where we each take what we need." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Tell me first and I'll immediately send you away, I promise I won't attack you." Yin Lusheng chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Then what do you want?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. The two of them kept arguing, causing the other three to be amazed. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng were arguing about, they could more or less understand what was going on. Jianghu suddenly said, "Brother Yin, can he take us out of here?" Yin Lusheng glanced at him and said, "If he can't, then no one can." Yin Lusheng frowned. "Because Brother Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space." "Proficient in the Tao of space?" Jianghu was pleasantly surprised. The other two were also very excited, secretly licking their lips. "This young master is proficient in the Tao of space, it's none of your business." Yang Kai glared at the three men, his stomach full of displeasure. Jianghu smiled apologetically and said, "Ha, Brother Yang, it can be said that we don't know each other until we fight. Now only the few of us are still alive. How about you take us out with you? Don't worry, we will repay you generously in the future." Yes, yes, Brother Yang's kindness will be engraved in our hearts, and we will repay you in the future. Brother Yang, the more friends you have, the more options you have. If you come to my Western Territory in the future, this son will definitely welcome you." The two men also shouted along with Jianghu, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly. "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Jianghu's expression gradually became cold when he heard this, turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Yang Kai, don't be too insensible. Although your strength is good, if the four of us join forces, you won't be able to defeat us. Don't force us to be rough with you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "This young master wasn't afraid of 40 of you before, but now there are only 4 of you left, what can you do to me? If you want to die, come up and try." Jianghu's face stiffened, but he also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. The previous 40 people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not be able to take him down. What's more, it was rumored that a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was the most difficult to deal with. Even if they couldn't win, they were first class at escaping. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Jianghu and the other two, turning to look at Yin Lusheng and saying, "Since you want to make a deal with me, then come up with an explanation that can convince both of us, otherwise you will die today. At worst, I will go to the Eastern Territory and slowly look for you." Yin Lusheng's face sank as he asked, "Brother Yang, are you so confident that you can kill me?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "In this environment, I can make you die without a burial place with just a wave of my hand, so do you think I can kill you or not? Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand, and an undercurrent suddenly appeared in the void, as if it had received a command, and like a long river, it rushed towards Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng was startled and quickly dodged to the side. After regaining his footing, his face was incomparably pale. He thought that since he had a trump card, there was no need for him to be too afraid of Yang Kai, but now it seemed that this special environment not only did not bind Yang Kai, but instead increased his strength imperceptibly. If he really fought here, his chances of winning were less than 20%. He had to get out of here quickly, lest something unexpected happened. Thinking of this, Yin Lusheng quickly said, "Brother Yang, look at this." Saying so, he casually tossed something towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing tricks, so after catching it, he swept it with his divine sense and asked in surprise, "Oh? A soul contract?" Yin Lusheng raised his brow and said, "Since Brother Yang recognizes this thing, it'll be easy." The spirit contract was a little toy that the Serene Soul Great Emperor, the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace in the eastern region, had come up with when he was bored. It was like a contract, and the people who signed the contract swore with their spirits. However, because the spirit contract contained a strange power, both parties who swore an oath could not violate the contents of the contract. Once they violated the contract, they would suffer the pain of having their souls devoured. Soul contracts were extremely rare in other places, and Yang Kai had seen one in the past, so he recognized it and knew the authority of this thing. As long as the two parties who signed the contract swore with their souls, after the contract took effect, they could no longer violate it, unless they wanted to court death. Because soul contracts were developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul, and the Serene Soul Palace of the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace was in the Eastern Territory, it was normal for Yin Lusheng, a disciple of the Eastern Territory, to have a soul contract. Is this enough to show my sincerity? Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since there is a soul contract, of course there is no problem." Yin Lusheng said, "Good, you send me out of here and I will tell you the whereabouts of the puppet." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded, "No problem." Zhang Hao anxiously said, "Brother Yin, take me with you. My Brahma Holy Land and your Netherworld sect are allied sects, you can't just stand by and watch us die." Yin Lusheng frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Zhang Hao's life has been decided by someone, he must die here." Zhang Hao's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, "Who? Who wants my life?" Kai Yang coldly glared at him and snorted, "Whoever you leave behind, that person will take your life." Zhang Hao was stunned and absent-mindedly said, "Zhang Xian?" Then he shouted angrily, "Impudent! I am brother, yet he wants someone to kill me. Simply a bastard." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, ignoring him and instead looking at Yin Lusheng and said, "Brother Yin, swear." "Good." Yin Lusheng nodded and immediately swore with his soul that if Yang Kai was willing to send him out of here safely, he must tell Yang Kai Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai also swore with his soul. As his spiritual energy surged, the soul contract suddenly shone brightly and split into two, turning into two streams of light that poured into Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng's bodies, causing both of them to snort lightly as they felt a layer of shackles binding them. Both of them knew that this was the effect of the soul contract. "Where is Xiao Xiao?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng smiled slightly, his lips squirming as he transmitted a message. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked in amazement, "How could he be there?" Yin Lusheng was surprised. "Oh? Brother Yang knows that place?" Yang Kai calmly said, "I heard someone mention it not long ago, are you sure he went there?" Yin Lusheng replied, "I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? At first I didn't know where it was, but after living in the Eastern Territory for a while, I realized how dangerous that place was. Fortunately, I didn't go in at that time, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Brother Yang today." Yang Kai's face was ashen. Compared to not knowing Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, he was more worried now. Yin Lusheng had already made a soul oath with him and was bound by the soul contract, so it was impossible for him to lie to him, but if Xiao Xiao went to that place, it would definitely be disastrous. His expression was extremely ugly. Yin Lusheng, however, smiled and said, "Okay, this Yin has told Brother Yang the truth, now it's time for you to fulfill the agreement, right?" Yang Kai glanced at him unhappily before suddenly stretching out his hand and inserting it into the void nearby. Yin Lusheng stared intently, and when he saw a void crack being torn open by Yang Kai, a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face as he quickly said, "Brother Yang is really amazing. If he breaks through to the Emperor realm in the future, he will definitely be the second Li Wuyi. Scram. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yin Luxing laughed. Then this Yin will take his leave. I hope we will meet again. The day we meet again will be the day you die. Yang Kai ground his teeth. Yin Luxing didn't care, and his figure flickered as he rushed towards the void crack, instantly arriving on the other side. On the other hand, Zhang Hao and the others impatiently followed closely behind him when they saw this, and they executed various divine abilities with the intention of escaping from here. Yang Kai just looked at them coldly and didn't stop them. Chapter 2461. Zhang Hao and the other two were overjoyed, thinking that Yang Kai had acquiesced, so they moved even faster. But just as the three of them passed through the void crack, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his hand. The spatial rift that had been torn closed with the speed of lightning. Caught off guard, the bodies of the other two were cut in half, blood and internal organs spilling out of their bodies. Their auras were instantly sucked dry, making for a terrifying sight. On the other hand, Zhang Hao reacted extremely quickly and retreated at the critical moment, avoiding this fatal blow. After standing firm, Zhang Hao glanced to the side with lingering fear before turning to Yang Kai and saying, You really want to kill us all? Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face and said, No one who has provoked this young master has a good end. Don't be too arrogant. I, Zhang Hao, am also the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Hao roared. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Are you done? Zhang Hao was startled and asked in horror, What do you want to do? If you're done, then be on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved both of his hands. The surrounding undercurrents in the void suddenly boiled up, and as if they had received some kind of order, they all rushed towards Zhang Hao, surrounding him tightly in an instant, making it impossible for him to move. Zhang Hao's face changed wildly as he desperately urged his source chi to struggle, but he couldn't break free from the strange void undercurrents. Instead, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His face suddenly turned pale as he looked up at Yang Kai and said in a trembling voice, Spare me, I'm willing to pay any price, even if it means handing over my soul brand. Handing over his soul brand meant that he would have to obey Yang Kai's orders in the future. He would become Yang Kai's slave. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Since he could put forward such a condition, it could be seen that he was really desperate. But at this moment of life and death, Zhang Hao only wanted to survive, so how could he care about anything else? Your strength is too low, what's the use of keeping you alive? Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, countless tiny void cracks suddenly appeared around Zhang Hao's body. They were densely packed and innumerable. Your strength is too low. Zhang Hao's expression was dull. For the first time he felt deeply insulted. Yang Kai was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Zhang Hao's cultivation was the same as his, but he actually said that his cultivation was too low. Enraged, Zhang Hao shouted hysterically, I'll fight it out with you. As he spoke, his face flushed red, and his origin energy suddenly became restless. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Yang Kai's face darkened as he harumphed, trying to self-detonate? That depends on whether you have the chance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tiny void cracks suddenly shot towards Zhang Hao as if they had been given a life of their own. After a series of light noises, Zhang Hao froze in place, his expression sluggish. His eyes were lifeless. His life force quickly dissipated, and the dangerous aura that came from his body also disappeared. After a short while, accompanied by a soft crashing sound, Zhang Hao's entire body turned into countless fragments, scattered all over the ground, and was swallowed up by the surging void undercurrent. Just as Zhang Xian had requested before, Zhang Hao was really torn to pieces this time. A six-pointed star seal shot out from where he stood and rushed straight towards the back of Yang Kai's hand, turning into specks of starlight that were absorbed by his seven-pointed star seal. After killing Zhang Hao, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. His gloomy mood improved slightly. He stood in place, frowning as he recalled the information Yin Lusheng had revealed to him before. Xiao Xiao had actually gone to that kind of place. This was something he had never expected. However, if he had really gone there, there were pros and cons. Yang Kai had always been worried that Xiao Xiao would become the target of other people's pursuit. If he had gone there, he would not have this concern because even cultivators rarely set foot in that place. But that place was full of danger, and he did not know if Xiao Xiao could survive there safely. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory. He secretly decided that after the matter in the Shattered Star Sea was over, he would set off to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. After making up his mind, Yang Kai adjusted his mood and turned his head, looking at the Mountains and Rivers Bell with fiery eyes. When the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born, dozens of cultivators had been eyeing it covetously and had chased it all the way to this place. Now he was the only one left in this void corridor, and the rest had either left or died. He had a lot of time to try to refine this Mountains and Rivers Bell. Qi Hai had said that this Mountains and Rivers Bell was an ancient treasure that the Yuan Ding great emperors had brought out from the ancient wildlands. If he could refine it, then this trip to the Shattered Star Sea would not have been in vain. However, refining such a treasure was definitely not a simple matter. Yang Kai did not know how to refine it, so he could only try to use the method Qi Hai had mentioned before. The Yuan Ding great emperors had withstood 81 rings of the bell and not died. Only then did they obtain the approval of the artifact spirit and bring it out of the ancient wildlands. Yang Kai could only follow suit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best state, and walked towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell step by step. For some reason, the Mountains and Rivers Bell's brilliance was restrained at this moment, and even the mysterious patterns on its surface were no longer visible. It now looked like an ordinary, worn-out bell. Even if it was thrown in front of the world, no one would take a look at it. However, it still gave Yang Kai the feeling of a sleeping dragon, as if it would let out a monstrous roar once it was awakened. After a while, Yang Kai came to the front of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but to his surprise, the Mountains and Rivers Bell did not show any reaction. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yang Kai carefully stretched out his hand and stroked the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The moment Yang Kai's palm touched the Mountains and Rivers Bell, the Mountains and Rivers Bell suddenly shook slightly, and a world-shaking sound suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This sound contained a primordial aura and destructive power, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy for a moment, as if he had been brought back to the ancient wildlands by a torrent of time. In his mind, inexplicable illusions appeared one after another. Among those illusions, there were scenes of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart, tsunamis raging as if the end of the world had arrived. There was a strong naked giant with his head touching the sky and feet stepping on the ground, walking proudly, and wherever he passed all living beings would retreat. There was the first cultivator who moved mountains and drained seas, flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, using the great divine technique to fight against the disasters of the heavens and earth, seeking a slim chance of survival. There were countless divine spirits fighting with each other, fighting for territory, causing blood to spill all over the earth, shattering the heavens and earth. The sea changed into mulberry fields, and in an instant, it felt like thousands of years had passed. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as if he had been hit by a mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards, sliding through the void for tens of thousands of meters. His face was as pale as paper and his aura was chaotic. After a while, he suddenly sat up cross-legged and silently circulated his secret art to heal his injuries. The pain in his mind was simply unbearable. It was a wound to his soul. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to recover and could only wait for their soul to dry up and die. Even if Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, it would not be easy for him to recover. Not only that, Yang Kai also sensed a strange power invading his body along with the Mountains and Rivers Bell's vibrations. This power was indescribable, but it didn't do him any harm. It just gave him a vague sense of its existence. It took Yang Kai 10 days to completely heal the wounds on his soul, and he had also completely refined that strange power. Somehow he seemed to have gained something, but it was extremely vague and he couldn't grasp it. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai pondered for a while before getting up and walking towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell again. After a short while, just like the first time, he was sent flying by the Mountains and Rivers Bell, vomiting blood and directly losing half his life. After getting up in a sorry state, he hurriedly healed his injuries. In the following days, Yang Kai repeated this process, being sent flying, healing, continuing to try to refine and subdue the Mountains and Rivers Bell, then being sent flying again, healing. What he was most thankful for was that he had cultivated a powerful physique and possessed the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. No matter what he lacked, it was not enough to support him to carry out such an action. Even if he did not die on the spot, there would be hidden injuries, but his strong physique and the soul-warming lotus were enough to allow him to fully recover. Moreover, as time passed, the time it took for him to recover became shorter and shorter, and the injuries he suffered each time gradually became lighter. The accumulation of that strange power made him gradually realize what kind of power it was. 2 months later, Yang Kai was finally able to withstand the first blow of the Mountains and Rivers Bell and come out unscathed, but he was sent flying again after the second blow. 3 months later he was able to withstand 5 consecutive shocks. Half a year later, 20. A year later, 60. His progress was extremely fast. One day, a year and a half later, Yang Kai's face was full of vicissitudes, his clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his tattered clothes were full of blood residue. He looked extremely miserable, but his aura was more and more powerful and unfathomable. He closed his eyes and covered the surface of the mountains and rivers bell with both hands. At this moment, this ancient exotic artifact had once again returned to its original appearance when Yang Kai first saw it. Its whole body was shining brightly, and countless mysterious patterns on its surface were swimming back and forth like fish, filling the air with a rich ancient aura. The sound of the bell echoed in Yang Kai's mind, and each sound was enough to make a peak Dao Source realm cultivator vomit blood and retreat. But the expression on Yang Kai's face was as if he was enjoying the hardship. Not only did he not feel the slightest pain, but he also looked like he had gained a lot. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Yang Kai did not move. 50 times, 60 times, 70 times. His expression finally became much more dignified, but he was still fine. After the 70 times, the sound from his knowledge sea made Yang Kai's face turn slightly pale, and his vitality surged as if he could not hold on at any time. But he still did not move, bearing the violent shocks of the mountains and rivers bell. It was not until the 80th time that Yang Kai suddenly groaned, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body shook slightly, almost being sent flying. Chapter 2462. At this final juncture, Yang Kai forced himself to remain motionless. Asterisk calm. Asterisk the 81st ring of the bell came as scheduled, and the violent impact almost completely tore him apart. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made him unable to help but let out a beast-like roar. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, giving him a terrifying appearance. The ferocious savage force raged and boiled within his body, and the cracking sounds of bones dislocating rang out incessantly. Yang Kai felt as if he was about to die, and the aura of death made him feel cold all over, his hands and feet turning cold. With a loud shout, he surged his source chi and pushed his cultivation to the limit. In just an instant, Yang Kai felt as if thousands of years had passed. When the aftermath of the shock disappeared, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Success. After a year and a half of hard work, he had finally withstood the 81st ring of the mountains and rivers bell and remained unscathed. Although his appearance was somewhat miserable, at least he had not been sent flying. If what Chi Hai said before was true, then his hard work and tenacity would be recognized by the Mountains and Rivers Bell artifact spirit and he would become the new owner of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the Mountains and Rivers Bell with a face full of expectation. But what he saw made him dumbfounded. Because the surface of the Mountains and Rivers Bell once again glowed with a dazzling light. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale and he was overwhelmed with shock. He had witnessed this situation countless times in the past year and a half. Every time the surface of the Mountains and Rivers Bell glowed, it was when the bell rang. Again? Kai Yang suddenly felt a sense of despair and powerlessness, with his current strength. With his current strength he had spent so much time. Withstanding 81 rings at a time was already his limit. If there was another one he would definitely not be able to bear it and would most likely die. The first thought in his mind was to withdraw and retreat. It was more important to preserve his life first. Whether Chi Hai's method was invalid or the ancient record was wrong, he had tried his best, so even if he failed he would not regret it. But then, a trace of unwillingness surged in his heart. He had already worked so hard. If he were to give up now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? A surge of hot blood suddenly surged in his chest as Yang Kai let out a loud roar. Instead of retreating, he pushed his source chi and fiercely blasted it towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell. To his surprise, his source chi flowed smoothly into the Mountains and Rivers Bell in front of him. This was something that had never happened before. In the past year and a half, Yang Kai had tried to do the same. However, every time the result was that his power was reflected back at him, causing him to suffer even more damage. But now, his source energy had been accepted by the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, a shock that came from the depths of his heart and soul. His vision turned black, his mind went blank and he fainted. The Mountains and Rivers Bell radiated a dazzling light from the surface of the bell, enveloping Yang Kai and wrapping him up. A primitive aura filled the void. As time passed, this strange phenomenon gradually disappeared, and the mountains and rivers bell also slowly shrank. In the end, it became the size of a palm and fell beside Yang Kai. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang slowly opened his eyes. All he could feel was pain all over his body. Even thinking about it caused his head to feel like it was being torn apart. He couldn't help but let out a cry. He clearly remembered the scene before he fainted. The first thing he wanted to do when he woke up was to check the situation of the mountains and rivers bell. He really wanted to know if he had successfully subdued the unique treasure from the untainted land. But when he looked up, the original position of the mountains and rivers bell was empty. He did not know where this ancient treasure had gone. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that it had broken through the void and disappeared again. A sense of loss suddenly surged in his heart. He had worked so hard in the void for so long for the mountains and rivers bell, but in the end he had gained nothing. It was not easy for anyone to accept this. But soon Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Because there was a strange feeling that was connected to him, making him involuntarily cast his gaze to the side. In his field of vision, a small palm-sized bell was floating quietly beside him. It looked simple and unremarkable. The mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although this ancient treasure had shrunk countless times, Yang Kai still recognized it at a glance. In surprise, he stretched out his hand and the mountains and rivers bell flew into his palm. The moment he touched it, the vague feeling became much clearer. Yang Kai was indifferent for a moment and finally grinned. The method Chi Hai told him was correct. As long as he could withstand 81 shocks from this ancient treasure, he could gain its recognition and become its master. The great emperors Yuanding had successfully subdued it in this way, and so had he. However, when the great emperors subdued it, he was only a third-order emperor realm master. After obtaining the mountains and rivers bell, he was able to peer into the higher heavenly way and become one of the great emperors. And he was only in the third-order Dao Source realm, so naturally he could not compare with the cultivation of the great emperors, which was why it took him a year and a half to subdue it. Although it took a long time, Yang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He played with the mountains and rivers bell in the palm of his hand for a while, and after confirming that he had subdued it, he happily wanted to put it away. But to Yang Kai's surprise, he could not take it into his body. Yang Kai was puzzled and tried to circulate his source chi to refine it, but strangely he could not even refine it. In other words, although the mountains and rivers bell was now his and he could use its power, he could not refine it, let alone take it into his body. Is this a characteristic of this ancient treasure? After all, it was an artifact that was born at the beginning of the world, not artificially refined, so it was reasonable that it was somewhat different from today's artifacts. However, Yang Kai did not delve into it. He was still seriously injured, so it was not the time to study the mountains and rivers bell carefully. He could only slowly familiarize himself with it in the future. After putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai began to heal his injuries. 5 days later he had fully recovered. Compared to a year and a half ago, Yang Kai's aura was much more profound now. In the process of subduing the mountains and rivers bell, he had not grown at all. On the contrary, every time he was struck by the mountains and rivers bell, his divine sense would increase. Not only that, he could also feel the power of the mountains and rivers bell. It was a strange kind of power that made all living beings submit to it. It was hard to imagine how strong the Yuanding great emperors were when they possessed the mountains and rivers bell. But even such a powerful person was still no match for the heaven-devouring great emperors. In the War of Emperors, a total of 4 great emperors were killed by the heaven-devouring great emperors. Since ancient times, the strongest master in the star boundary was well-deserved. This reminded Yang Kai of the one-eyed giant demon. That one-eyed giant demon was also a master from ancient times. Countless ancient almighty masters had besieged it, but they had all been killed by it. In the end, even after they had died, the one-eyed giant demon was unable to be destroyed. It had been sealed outside Maplewood City by those ancient almighty masters. Whether it was the Cyclops giant demon or the heaven-devouring great emperors, they were all cruel people who regarded all living things as nothing more than grass. Life and death were only in their hands, but such slaughter was against the cycle of the heavenly way, so there was bound to be a calamity. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment appeared in Yang Kai's heart. His future path seemed to have become much clearer, and the source chi in his body even began to undergo a mysterious change. Emperor Chi transformation. Yang Kai was overjoyed, realizing that he had taken another big step forward from the Emperor realm. When a Dao Source realm cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the power in their body would undergo another earth-shaking change. A Dao Source Realm cultivator's power was Source Qi, while the Emperor Realm's power was Emperor Qi. There was a huge difference in quality between the two. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the Emperor Realm, the Source Qi in their body would gradually transform into Emperor Qi, just like when an Origin King Realm cultivator reached the Dao Source Realm. This transformation was a long process. Unlike a Dao Source Realm cultivator who could take source condensing pills to accelerate this transformation process, there was no shortcut to the transformation of Emperor Qi. It could only be done through hard work and the accumulation of time. The Sky Illumination Palace's Qiu Zhe, whom Yang Kai had killed earlier, was a cultivator from the Emperor Realm who had just reached the Emperor Realm not long ago. Although he had the cultivation of an Emperor Realm cultivator, his realm had not stabilized, and his Emperor Qi had not transformed much, so he could not display the full strength of an Emperor Realm cultivator. That was why Yang Kai had killed him so easily. If it had been someone like Gao Shueting, Yang Kai might not have been able to defeat her with his current strength. Gao Shueting had reached the Emperor Realm for a few years now, so she had already transformed her Emperor Qi completely. Her strength was not something Qiu Zhe could compare to. And now, the Source Qi in Yang Kai's body was transforming into Emperor Qi, which was the most obvious sign that he was about to break through to the Emperor Realm. Perhaps he only needed an opportunity, or perhaps he only needed to wait a little longer, but he would eventually be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. He had subdued the mountains and rivers Bell, touched the threshold of the Emperor Realm, collected so much Source Qi, and even obtained a rare treasure like the Phoenix True Fire. Yang Kai felt that this trip to the Shattered Star Sea was not in vain. He did not know what others had gained, but for him this trip had been worth it. For a moment he felt refreshed. He turned his head and looked around. Reaching out, he tore open the void barrier and walked out of the crevice in which he had stayed for a year and a half. What he saw was still the dilapidated and desolate scenery of the Shattered Star Sea. And this place was no longer the place where he had entered the void. Yang Kai did not know where he was in the Shattered Star Sea. There was no one around, but the seven-pointed star seal on the back of his hand could vaguely sense some energy fluctuations coming from a very distant location. He thought for a moment, then leaped up and rushed towards the location of those fluctuations. Since there was someone there, it meant that there should be something good there. He did not want to rob others, but he thought that he might be able to exchange information with others. Maybe he could learn something from them that he did not know. About 2 hours later he saw a broken star in the distance, and those stars were the source of those star seal fluctuations. Chapter 2463. Before Yang Kai could get close, a wave of Emperor aura suddenly came from there. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Another Emperor artifact?" When the mountains and rivers Bell was born, he had sensed similar energy fluctuations. Now that he had just subdued the mountains and rivers Bell, he encountered a similar scene again. He couldn't help but sigh at the countless treasures in the Shattered Star Sea. But soon Yang Kai found that something was wrong. The Emperor aura fluctuations were not the traces of the birth of an Emperor artifact, because the situation there was completely different from when the mountains and rivers Bell was born. Not only that, but there were also crackling sounds of thunder and lightning as the terrifying power of heaven and earth gathered, demonstrating the vastness of the heavenly way. Breakthrough. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he realized that someone was about to advance to the Emperor Realm. He stared at the heaven and earth manifestation that had just begun to take shape over there, his blood surging. Although he knew that a cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea could break through the shackles and advance to the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai hadn't seen anyone reach this step in the past 2 to 3 years. At this moment, there was such a person who was doing such a feat not far from him. The Emperor Realm was the highest realm on the martial Tao, the ultimate pursuit of a cultivator's life. This realm symbolized great strength and extremely high status. So, although he didn't know who was about to advance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited after seeing the heaven and earth manifestation. One day he would climb to the peak of the martial Tao, and one day he would also advance to the Emperor Realm. Perhaps he could secretly go and observe. To be able to witness the birth of the Emperor Realm with his own eyes. This was an opportunity that no one could miss. In the process of observing, one could accumulate valuable experience for one's future. Of course, most people didn't want to be disturbed when advancing to the Emperor Realm. However, Yang Kai was just going to observe and not cause trouble, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. His figure moved and he rushed towards the source of the movement. Not long after, he arrived above the shattered stars. Just as Yang Kai steadied himself before he could approach, 3 figures suddenly appeared from all directions. These three figures had hidden themselves extremely well. Yang Kai had focused all his attention on the heavenly anomaly, so he hadn't noticed them for a while. It wasn't until these three people rushed out that he suddenly woke up. The moment the three of them appeared, they unleashed their killing moves without mercy. As the sword light flickered, the concept of ice spread out, turning the surrounding land into frozen earth in an instant. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and blasted in all directions. In an instant, the sky was filled with palm shadows. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of violent collisions, Yang Kai stood motionless in the same place, but the three people who had launched a sneak attack on him cried out in alarm and were sent flying backwards. Formed the formation. One of them seemed to have realized Kai Yang's strength, her eyes filled with shock and horror as she suddenly called out. The other two were obviously fellow disciples who had cooperated with her countless times. When they heard this, they hurriedly flew to her side and used some kind of secret technique to merge their auras. Yang Kai didn't have time to take a good look at the three people until now. What he saw caused him to raise his brow and hurriedly raise his hand. Wait! The three people who had formed the array looked at Yang Kai coldly. They didn't give him any chance to speak at all. Their three long swords slowly waved and an even fiercer chill descended. You're from Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai shouted again. He had snuck into Ice Heart Valley before, so he was quite clear about the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The three women in front of him were obviously wearing the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that the people who had launched a sneak attack on him without saying a word and wanted to kill him were actually from Ice Heart Valley. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply. These three people were most likely guarding the person who had broken through to the Emperor realm, and his arrival had caused them to misunderstand, so they had attacked without any explanation. Yang Kai's question didn't cause them to stop moving. Looking at the three people's postures, it seemed that they were about to use some kind of shocking killing move. The surging energy fluctuations caused even Yang Kai to be shocked. Yang Kai had no choice but to introduce himself. My name is Yang Kai, I wonder if these three young ladies have heard of me. As soon as this statement came out, it really had an effect. The three women's movements paused as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, the chill that had enveloped them gradually dissipating. The woman leading the group was stunned and asked, Are you brother Yang Kai? Indeed. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the three of them had indeed heard of his name. After all, back in Ice Moon City he had done a lot for Ice Heart Valley. He looks a bit like you, whether it's his silhouette or figure, it's similar to the image senior sister showed us. It's just that he's too dirty, I can't even see his face clearly. His clothes are also tattered. The three women gathered together and whispered to each other for a while, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to confirm his identity. Although the three of them spoke softly, Yang Kai could still hear them clearly and could not help patting his head in embarrassment. He had spent a year and a half in the void, during which time he had been trying to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell. As a result, he had been injured time and time again, making him look like neither a human nor a ghost. After successfully subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, Yang Kai had been so happy that he had forgotten that he was still in a mess. If not for these three Ice Heart Valley disciples reminding him, he might not have realized it. Thinking so, Yang Kai pushed his source chi and shook off all the blood on his body. At the same time he stretched out his hand and summoned his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the water sword chi, and a water ball immediately appeared in his hand. He fiercely rubbed his face a few times, then raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile at the three people. He bared his pure white teeth and said, The three of you take a closer look. It's really Brother Yang. Yes, it's Brother Yang. After confirming that it was Kai Yang without a doubt, the three of them immediately cheered and retracted their hostility, walking over to Kai Yang with embarrassed expressions. The female disciple leading the group cupped her fists awkwardly and said, Senior Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We senior sisters and junior sisters thought you were an enemy that was pursuing us, so we acted rashly just now. We hope Senior Brother Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with us. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked, Is someone chasing you? The woman nodded and said, N. They have been chasing us for many days. Oh. The woman's face sank as she gritted her teeth and said, Who else could it be other than Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master? Fengshi. Yang Kai raised his brow and said in surprise, Although Fengshi's strength is good, you are not bad either. Why are you afraid of him? The woman said, If it was the previous Feng Shi, we wouldn't be too afraid, but a few days ago, eldest senior sister's aura fluctuated. Obviously she is on the verge of a breakthrough. We don't dare to act rashly against Feng Shi, lest eldest senior sister miss the opportunity to break through. Senior sister. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he glanced at the place where the heavenly manifestation was converging and said in surprise, "So, the one who is breaking through to the Emperor realm is Lady Ziyu?" "Yes." When we arrived here, eldest senior sister could no longer suppress her aura and could only choose to break through here. The three of us senior sisters were responsible for guarding and defending. When Brother Yang arrived, we thought he was from Seeking Passion sect, so we... Speaking of this, her face turned red. After all, they had acted a little rashly by attacking Yang Kai without asking for the reason. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Lady Ziyu is truly a heavenly genius. Truly admirable." He didn't expect that the person breaking through to the Emperor realm here would be Ice Heart Valley's Ziyu. He had some dealings with Ziyu before, and although he wasn't too familiar with her, he knew that she was the most outstanding disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she really lived up to the expectations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. 2.5 years after entering the Shattered Star Sea, she had found an opportunity to break through. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley said, "Eldest senior sister said that Brother Yang is the most powerful. Eldest senior sister rarely praises others. Even Feng Shi of Seeking Passion sect is not worthy of her attention. However, she highly admires Brother Yang, so when we met in the Shattered Star Sea, she deliberately showed us your image and told us to treat you with respect if we met you." Yes, we all heard about what Brother Yang did in Ice Moon City. Brother Yang is really amazing. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Lady Ziyu is not worse than anyone else. She said that just to give me some face. Don't you see that she is now breaking through to the Emperor realm while I am still in the Dao Source realm?" Hearing what he said, the three from Ice Heart Valley remembered that Yang Kai was still in the Third Order Dao Source realm while their eldest senior sister was breaking through to the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Ziyu succeeded or not, at least she was ahead of Yang Kai. So, in the eyes of the three women, she was indeed not worse than Yang Kai. In fact, she was even more outstanding. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said, "Breaking through to the Emperor realm is fraught with dangers. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have fallen at this juncture. Ziyu is in a hurry to break through." "How confident is she?" One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples said. Senior sister said that she only has a 60% chance of success. The other two women also showed worried expressions. 60%. Yang Kai frowned. This probability was not high. Even if Ziyu failed to break through and died under the World Energy Baptism, it would not be strange. Also, the Seeking Passion sect's people are still chasing us. I don't know if they will find us here. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, since I am here, I will wait here with you. If the Seeking Passion sect's people dare to come, I will make sure they don't return." When he said this, Yang Kai's face was filled with murderous intent. He still had old scores to settle with Feng Shi. Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead had made him suffer a lot that day. If he hadn't retreated in time and had extraordinary strength, he would have been killed by Feng Shi. Chapter 2464. Emperor Authority beads had always been rare. Even if Feng Shi was the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, it was impossible for him to have many Emperor Authority beads. He had already used up the one he had, and without the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Shi was nothing more than a sick cat. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about him at all. Before entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai could easily crush any cultivator in the same realm. He could be called an invincible existence in the Dao Source realm. In the Shattered Star Sea, he comprehended the divine technique of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and subdued the mountains and rivers Bell. Both his divine sense and source chi had grown tremendously. Yang Kai believed that if he were to face Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead now, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was last time. "Brother Yang, don't be careless. Feng Shi is no longer the same as before." The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley hurriedly reminded him when she saw that Yang Kai didn't put Feng Shi in his eyes. But before she could finish her words, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a certain direction and shouted, "They're here." "They're here?" The three female disciples from Ice Heart Valley were stunned when they heard this and looked in the direction he was looking, but even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't detect anything. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "My star seal is a 7-pointed star seal, so I can sense things much further away than you. Feng Shi also has a 7-pointed star seal." One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples' pretty face turned pale. Brother Yang can sense them, so Feng Shi must have sensed us too. How many of them are here? Yang Kai said, I can sense 2, so there should be 3. If Feng Shi had a 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sense his existence. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Feng Shi also had a 7-pointed star seal. How did he do it? Yang Kai had collected the star seals left behind by dozens of dead cultivators in the void to obtain a 7-pointed star seal. How could Feng Shi kill dozens of cultivators? Although he was strong, he couldn't be that strong, right? Which one of the cultivators in the shattered star sea was easy to provoke? While he was pondering, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the auras of the 3 people, and they were rapidly approaching. One of them was particularly familiar to him. It was indeed Feng Shi. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. When did Feng Shi ascend to the Emperor realm? He could clearly sense a clear Emperor's aura lingering around Feng Shi. Although the power in his body was not very stable, there was no doubt that he had advanced to the Emperor realm. This discovery shocked him even more than when he learned that Violet Rain had made a breakthrough here. He had only stayed in the void for a year and a half, and such a huge change had happened outside? First, Ziyu had already begun to break through, then Feng Shi had already become an Emperor realm master. What about the geniuses of the other sects? Could it be that they had already advanced or were in the process of advancing? It's precisely because Feng Shi has already ascended to the Emperor realm. That's why we sisters were completely no match for him and could only flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, his realm is not very stable, otherwise we would have nowhere to run, the Ice Heart Valley disciple said with a wry smile. Yang Kai suddenly understood why she had said that Feng Shi was no longer the same as before. Although the difference between the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm was only one realm, it was a huge difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Brother Yang, you'd better leave quickly. The Ice Heart Valley disciple said anxiously, Feng Shi has a grudge against you. If he sees you, he will definitely not let you go. What will you do if I leave? Yang Kai glanced at her. The woman said, Feng Shi has been chasing us but not to kill us. He just wants to force senior sister to submit, so our lives are not in danger. Yang Kai said, even if Feng Shi doesn't want to kill you, Ziyu is currently breaking through. Do you think Feng Shi will just sit back and watch? Seeking Passion sect cultivated the Tao of Passion, so if Feng Shi wanted to obtain Ziyu, he would have to have absolute strength to suppress her. No matter what, Feng Shi would not just sit back and watch Ziyu successfully break through. Once Ziyu successfully broke through, he would have no advantage. But at such a critical moment, how could he let others interfere? If the person who intervened controlled the situation well, he should be able to make Ziyu fail in her breakthrough without any danger to her life. But if he didn't control it well, Ziyu would directly die under the world-defying tribulation. No matter what the result was, Ziyu couldn't accept it. The 3 female disciples of Ice Heart Valley had obviously thought of this as well, so after Yang Kai asked, all 3 of them wore worried expressions, not knowing what to do. Perhaps we can replace senior sister and make Feng Shi stop? One of them suggested bitterly. The other 2 women turned pale, but they remained silent. Yang Kai coldly snorted, it's not that I want to discourage you, and it's not that you aren't beautiful. It's just that you think Feng Shi has countless wives and concubines. What kind of beautiful woman has he not seen? Since he has taken a fancy to Ziyu, he naturally won't give up easily. It can be said that Ziyu is already a hurdle in his heart, and he must find a way to cross this hurdle. The 3 of you can't replace Ziyu. Then what should we do? Fight with them? Yang Kai sneered softly and said indifferently, don't worry, if they really dare to come, I'll make sure they don't return. As soon as these words came out, the 3 women looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, their faces full of surprise. If Yang Kai had said this before because he didn't know that Feng Shi had already broken through to the Emperor realm, then now that he knew Feng Shi's true strength, he still dared to say this, which made him seem arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only a Tao Source realm cultivator. How could a Tao Source realm cultivator be an enemy of the Emperor realm? The 2 were not on the same level at all. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely die miserably. Yang Kai saw the strange expressions on their faces and knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain. Instead, he said with a solemn expression, the Emperor realm is very powerful, and Ziyu is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. She can't be disturbed in the slightest, so I will think of a way to draw Feng Shi away. The 3 of you will do your best to protect Ziyu? Brother Yang, are you planning to? An Ice Heart Valley disciple suddenly covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with both gratitude and shock. She seemed to understand what he was planning to do. He was obviously disregarding his own safety to create space and time for Ziyu to break through. Her expression suddenly sank and she said, "Brother Yang, I'll go with you." Yang Kai frowned and said, "What can you do with me?" She bit her red lips and said, "Whatever Brother Yang can do, I can do." She looked as if she didn't care about her own life. Yang Kai laughed and said, "No need, I can do it alone." After saying so, without waiting for her to say anything else, Yang Kai directly flew into the void and said, "Keep an eye on Ziyu. Observing the Emperor Realm's breakthrough at such a close distance will also be of great benefit to you. Don't miss this opportunity." By the time he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The 3 Ice Heart Valley disciples looked at the void worriedly, wondering if they should go with him to help. But now, Ziyu needed someone to stay here and stand guard, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. High up in the sky, the 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples who were rushing over were in high spirits. The one in the lead was none other than young sect master Feng Shi. Since Feng Shi broke through to the Emperor Realm half a year ago, the 3 of them were simply invincible in the Shattered Star Sea. Thanks to Feng Shi, his 2 disciples had also upgraded their star seals to 6-pointed star seals. And Feng Shi even had a 7-pointed star seal. One could imagine how many people they had killed during this time and how many star seals and things they had robbed. The strength of the Emperor Realm made Feng Shi's confidence soar. He felt that no one in this world was his opponent. While flying, Feng Shi suddenly frowned and stopped in the void, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. "Young sect master, what's wrong?" Seeing this, the other 2 hurriedly stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Feng Shi said indifferently, "Someone is coming to greet us." One of the yellow-faced young men heard this and coldly snorted, "Who is it? How dare he offend young sect master?" Another middle-aged man dressed like a scholar also said, "It's probably some blind guy. Let's just kill him." Feng Shi gently nodded and said, "Naturally we'll kill him. It's just that this person's aura feels familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before." As he spoke, Feng Shi suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. His heart was beating wildly, causing his mind to become unsteady. This surprised him greatly. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor Realm, no matter how many enemies he faced, he had never experienced such a situation. He thought that he had already reached the realm of imperturbability, but now, ripples were appearing in his mind. "Who is it?" Feng Shi suddenly became a little concerned and squinted his eyes as he looked over. After a short while, a ray of light shot over from the distance and landed not far from the 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples. When the light dissipated, a familiar and hateful face suddenly appeared in front of Feng Shi. How is this possible? Feng Shi's face changed drastically as he looked at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe his eyes. 2.5 years ago, when he had just entered the Shattered Star Sea, he and Yang Kai were teleported to the same place. Knowing that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. After one blow, Yang Kai's aura disappeared completely. Feng Shi thought that Yang Kai had already died without a burial place. It turned out that he had never met Yang Kai again in more than 2 years, nor had he heard any news about Yang Kai. This loathsome guy had almost disappeared from Feng Shi's memory. But now he appeared in front of him like a ghost, seemingly unscathed. How is this possible? A Dao Source Realm cultivator took the power of my Emperor Authority Bead and didn't die. Feng Shi was almost in a mess as he cried out involuntarily, "Are you a human or a ghost?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth and said, "We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, but young sect master is still as enthusiastic as ever. Asking such a sensitive question as soon as we meet, how do you expect me to answer?" Chapter 2465. Feng Shi's expression was gloomy as he constantly scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense. All the humiliation he had suffered at his hands in the past suddenly surged into his mind, causing Feng Shi's aura to become violent in an instant. More than 2 years ago he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so he had to use the Emperor Authority Bead, but today the situation was completely different. He had broken through to the Emperor Realm, while this bastard was still in the Dao Source Realm. The difference in strength was too great. Thinking of this, Feng Shi's gloomy mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled coldly at Yang Kai and said, "Whether you are a human or a ghost, since you have met this young master today, you will not have a good end. Your soul is destined to scatter." "Oh, young sect master is so fierce. Do you want to eat me? Yang Kai looked at him with a mocking expression and said, Actually, I am quite curious about one thing. How did young sect master break through to the Emperor realm? Feng Shi smiled proudly and said, This young master's talent is not something an ordinary person like you can look up to. Yang Kai said, Is that so? But according to the uniqueness of your Seeking Passion sect's secret art, this Yang's existence should be your heart demon, right? If you don't get rid of your heart demon, how can you stabilize the Emperor realm? Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and said, Young sect master thought this Yang was dead, so you broke through to the Emperor realm with a clear conscience. Is it really okay for you to do this? As soon as this statement came out, Feng Shi's expression changed drastically. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, he felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer, his body swaying slightly as he took 2 steps back. With a light crack, a sound that came from the depths of his soul, Feng Shi's face turned pale. He felt as if something inside him had cracked. Dao heart. A crack had appeared in his Dao heart. And the origin of all this was only because of Yang Kai's words. As early as in Ice Moon City, Yang Kai's various provocations and methods had turned his existence into a heart demon for Feng Shi. If this heart demon was not eliminated, Feng Shi's cultivation would not be able to progress. He had thought that he had killed Yang Kai, so he was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Only then could he advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But reality proved that Yang Kai, the demon in his heart, was not dead. Instead, he once again appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Yang Kai's words stirred up the inner demon that he thought he had slain. It affected his Dao heart and caused cracks to appear in it. Feng Shi's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Die, die, die. I want you dead. It was as if he had gone mad. His entire body was filled with an unimaginable ruthlessness. He raised his hand. A beam of Emperor's Qi blasted towards Yang Kai, and the aftermath of the impact even sent the 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples standing next to him flying. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, the 2 disciples stared at Feng Shi in horror. The 2 of them had never seen Feng Shi in such a ferocious and terrifying state. At a glance, they knew that Feng Shi's heart demon was surging. It was a sign that he was about to become the demon race. They were so frightened that they hurriedly shouted. They wanted to pull Feng Shi back from the brink of becoming the demon race. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Facing Feng Shi's ferocious but disorderly attack, he easily dodged it with a flicker of his body. Looking at Feng Shi contemptuously, he hooked his finger and continued to provoke, Young sect master, if you want to kill me then come with me. Otherwise I'm leaving. Saying so, he directly rushed into the depths of the void. Feng Shi's eyes turned red as he roared again and again. He followed closely behind. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar glanced at each other and also anxiously chased after him. Both of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts for being despicable and shameless. He had deliberately rubbed salt on the young sect master's wound, causing the young sect master's mind to be in chaos. If he didn't calm down soon, the young sect master might really become the demon race. After all, the young sect master had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his realm was still unstable. Now that Yang Kai had triggered his heart demon, it was a great omen. But in this situation, the 2 of them were powerless to help Feng Shi. They could only pray that Feng Shi would be able to recover from his anger. As the 4 of them fled, they soon left the Shattered Stars where Ziyu and the others were. The reason why Yang Kai did this was that he was afraid that the aftermath of their fight would interfere with Ziyu's advancement. However, he didn't expect that Feng Shi would be so easily angered by him. It seemed that this guy's temperament wasn't good enough, or he hated him too much, so he was enraged by his words. An hour later, when Yang Kai was far enough away from Ziyu and the others, he suddenly stopped, turned around and coldly looked at the 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples chasing after him. What he saw made him slightly stunned. Because during this 2-hour chase, Feng Shi had gradually calmed down. Although his face was still very angry, it was no longer as uncontrollable and violent as before. At this moment, Feng Shi's anger was mixed with some clarity. This made Yang Kai click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this guy really did have some skill. No wonder he could advance to the Emperor realm in such a short time. It seemed that he wasn't an idiot. Feng Shi stood 1,000 feet away from him. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar quickly caught up and stood beside him. Seeing that Feng Shi's condition had improved, the 2 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Confucian scholar whispered, Young sect master, no matter what he says later, you must remember not to get angry so easily. This young master knows. Feng Shi shouted impatiently before looking at Yang Kai indifferently, You led this young master here because you want Ziyu to break through in peace. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, young sect master's IQ is quite high. You can even guess this. Feng Shi coldly snorted, it's obvious. But it's meaningless. Yang Kai asked curiously, how is it meaningless? Perhaps Ziyu has already advanced to the Emperor realm. Feng Shi sneered, what do you think the Emperor realm is? A child's play? That anyone can break through at will? Ziyu still needs some time to break through to the Emperor realm, but this young master can kill you with a wave of his hand. It's not too late for this young master to find her after I kill you. Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, young sect master, you're making me very unhappy. The corners of his mouth rose as he ridiculed, last time an Emperor authority bead didn't take my life, so what makes you think you can kill me? Hearing this, Feng Shi's face turned angry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly took a deep breath and calmed his agitated mood. He said indifferently, last time, this young master was careless and let you escape with your life. But this time is different. His face was ferocious as he said in a cold voice, this time, this young master will personally tear you to pieces. Yang Kai coldly said, young sect master, don't be so full of yourself. Be careful or you won't be able to clean up the mess later. Feng Shi smiled slightly and said, actually, this young master should thank you. If you hadn't appeared in front of this young master at the right time, I'm afraid I would have thought you had died long ago. If this young master had continued to cultivate like this and learned that you were still alive one day, this young master might have become the demon race and burned to death. But it's different now. This young master only needs to kill you to make up for my Dao heart and complete my cultivation. I might even be able to advance to the next level. When he spoke up to hear, his eyes glowed with divine light that was as bright as the stars. Yang Kai said solemnly, I didn't expect that I would be so useful to young sect master. How should young sect master thank me? Feng Shi said proudly, make your move. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance when you die. Yang Kai laughed, since young sect master is so sincere, then this young master won't be polite. He raised his hand and the myriad sword appeared in his palm. As his source chi surged, the broad long sword slashed forward fiercely. A huge sword chi appeared in the air, as if it wanted to break through the void and slash horizontally. The power of this sword had already demonstrated Yang Kai's extraordinary strength. It was far beyond what a Dao Source Realm cultivator could display. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar standing beside Feng Shi were shocked. Facing this unparalleled sword chi, their hands and feet turned cold and their bodies shivered. Sure enough, you have some skill. Feng Shi was not afraid and sneered, but how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? While speaking, he also summoned a long sword and pointed it forward with a slight shake. This sword pointed at the void and magically shattered the huge sword chi, causing it to fall apart in an instant. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar were overjoyed when they saw this and cheered loudly. Get lost. After Feng Shi resolved Yang Kai's attack with one move, he immediately became high-spirited and shouted at the two people who were in his way. These two people did not dare to disobey and hurriedly fled to the side and watched from a distance. Yang Kai, you are really not an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. If this was Ice Moon City's arena, this young master would definitely not be your opponent, but this young master is a cultivator of this world. This young master's realm is one realm higher than yours. How can you compete with me? He kept talking, but his hands were not idle. As he waved his sword, the sword chi turned into a sword net and enveloped Yang Kai. Not only that, when he waved his sword, an indescribable aura suddenly filled the air. Affected by this domain, Yang Kai felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling well up within him. This feeling caused him to lose his will to fight, and his mind was constantly filled with all kinds of memories. He recalled the past with Su Yen, with Xianing Chang, with Shanqing Luo, and with Shuiyu, all of which were both warm and intoxicating. Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that this was the strange divine technique of the Seeking Passion Supreme Art. It could affect his 7 emotions and 6 desires. It really couldn't be underestimated. He bit the tip of his tongue to dispel the discomfort in his mind. The myriad sword moved back and forth, and the sword chi fluctuated freely as it fought back and forth with Feng Shi. A strange light flashed in Feng Shi's eyes. He suddenly made a seal with one hand and wiped the sword with his finger, shouting in a low voice, "The life of an ant, what's the use of struggling?" Hong. The shocking sword chi rushed straight at him as fast as lightning. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He found that he could not avoid this attack with his movement skill and speed. In a hurry, he could only use his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. His body suddenly faded as the sword chi directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and flew out. Chapter 2466. After a short while, Yang Kai's body condensed again, but his face turned pale and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he had resolved Feng Shi's attack with his Nihility secret technique, he was still somewhat shaken. Feng Shi, on the other hand, was unforgiving. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, he flew up and wrapped his body in sword light, turning into a rainbow as he bombarded Yang Kai with unparalleled momentum. The Emperor pressure spread out and Yang Kai's body was pressed down, causing him to stumble back with a look of panic on his face. How boring. This young master hasn't even warmed up, and you're already at your limit. If you're reincarnated in your next life, remember to give the masters the respect they deserve. As he spoke, a rainbow-like sword chi slashed straight at Yang Kai. But at this moment, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly rose in Feng Shi's heart, causing his face to darken and become gloomy. When he looked up again, there was no trace of panic on Yang Kai's face. Instead, there was a mocking smile on his face. What's going on? This brat is just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he's showing me such a strange smile in this life and death situation. Does he have some kind of trump card? As his thoughts raced, Feng Shi gritted his teeth and followed his intuition. He tapped his foot and floated back. The moment he retreated, a huge moon blade suddenly slashed in front of his feet. The void crack that tore open gave off an extremely unsettling aura. Hiss. Feng Shi sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the moon blade with a look of disbelief on his face. This attack was extremely mysterious and soundless. Moreover, it was extremely lethal. He believed that if he hadn't dodged in time, this attack alone would have been enough to seriously injure him. What kind of power is this? Feng Shi's face suddenly sank. He thought that Yang Kai's strength was only SOSO, but after this exchange, he discovered that what he had seen of Yang Kai's ability was not all. Young Sect Master's reaction is quite good. Yang Kai also looked at Feng Shi in surprise and said, if it was more than 2 years ago facing such a blow from him, Feng Shi was definitely dead, but now that he was in the Emperor realm, he was indeed different from before. Yang Kai also felt that Feng Shi, who was in the Emperor realm, was more powerful than Qiuzhe, who he had killed that day. As expected of a disciple from a large sect, his foundation and the secret techniques he cultivated were not something Qiuzhe could compare to. Although Qiuzhe was the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, Sky Illumination Palace was only a mid-tier sect in the Southern Territory. How could it compare to a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect had produced one of the great emperors. You were actually hiding your strength? Feng Shi gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. His face was filled with displeasure and humiliation. As a member of the Emperor realm, he thought that he could kill Yang Kai with a wave of his hand. But in reality he was almost ambushed by Yang Kai. How could he not be annoyed? Especially when 2 of his junior brothers were watching from the side, which put him in an awkward position. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, Young Sect Master's words are interesting. You have grown in the Shattered Star Sea. Are you saying that others should remain stagnant? Feng Shi had advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, but Yang Kai hadn't been idle either. In the year and a half after subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, his strength had greatly improved. Whether it was the source chi in his body or his divine sense, both had increased significantly. Very good. No wonder Father and Master said not to underestimate any opponent, no matter how high or low their cultivation is. Today this young master has seen it firsthand. Yang Kai. You have taught this young master a lesson. Feng Shi snorted coldly. I wanted to take your life directly, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame this young master for torturing you. Yang Kai snorted, does young sect master still think he can kill me? Do you think I can't kill you? Feng Shi's eyes widened as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You can try. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. As you wish. Feng Shi shouted in a low voice, put away the sword in his hand and took out another sword. This sword was blue in color and exuded an extremely cold aura. As soon as it appeared, wisps of white chi floated from the sword, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. An Emperor artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow and fixed his eyes on the blue sword, grinning, that's more like it. Young sect master's identity is honorable, so he should have an Emperor artifact with him. Before, he didn't see Fengshi with an Emperor artifact, so he felt a little strange, but now he understood that Fengshi did have an Emperor artifact, he just hadn't taken it out yet. Now that he had taken out this Emperor artifact, he was undoubtedly going to use his full strength. You're laughing now, but I'll make you cry later. Fengshi glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, shook his sword, and an icy aura swept out in an instant as he shouted, "Snow Sky asking love sword." Sword flowers suddenly bloomed, turning into layers of murderous intent visible to the naked eye, and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. He communicated with the space principles, and his space force fluctuated as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward, shouting, "Condense!" *1. A muffled sound suddenly rang out as the space within 1,000 feet around Fengshi suddenly solidified and became incomparably viscous. The supreme sword technique he had executed was also frozen in the void at this moment. Fengshi's eyes bulged and he almost fell to the ground. What's going on? The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar, who were watching not far away, were also taken aback. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. They only saw Yang Kai stretch out his hand and directly suppress their young sect master's sword technique. "Break!" Yang Kai shouted again. Walala. With a crisp sound, the sword flowers that Fengshi had spent so much effort to condense shattered like a mirror, and the icy aura disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but with Fengshi as the center, countless tiny spatial rifts as thin as a cow's hair suddenly formed, wrapping around him. The space became extremely unstable in an instant, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai raised his hands and two huge moon blades suddenly appeared in his palms, as if they were real objects. He then looked at Fengshi with a smile and said, "Young sect master, it seems that you haven't cultivated enough Space Force." Even if Fengshi was stupid, he still knew what divine technique Yang Kai was using. He suddenly panicked and cried out in alarm. He looked at the countless void cracks around him, then looked at the two moon blades in Yang Kai's hands, and his face instantly turned pale. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said, "This young master has killed more than one person in the Emperor realm. If young sect master thinks that he can do whatever he wants in front of this young master just because he has broken through to the Emperor realm, then he is gravely mistaken. Since he has made a mistake, he must be taught a lesson. Young sect master, this young master will discipline you on behalf of your father." Fengshi vomited blood in his heart and was so angry that his whole body was on fire. He wanted to curse a few times, but he didn't know where to start. Yang Kai waved his hand and the two huge moon blades whistled towards him. Fengshi was startled. Seeing the moon blades getting closer and closer, he knew that Yang Kai wanted to take his life. How was this discipline? In his horror, Fengshi's face suddenly became solemn. He slowly rotated the Emperor artifact in his hand and an indescribable intense sword into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what Fengshi was going to do, it seemed that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. This was not surprising. After all, it was not easy for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. With a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die here? A solemn and dignified aura filled the air. As Fengshi slowly swung his long sword, his aura underwent a great change. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His eyes were clear, but they were bone-chilling and emotionless. "Seeking love is heartless, the heavenly way is tyrannical." A low voice rang out. Sword light suddenly flashed, and as the sword chi soared, a mysterious aura spread out. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He didn't expect Fengshi to be able to make such a move. This move was clearly a move that only a true master could perform. It actually coincided with the heavenly way. If Fengshi doesn't die, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he waved his hand again and punched forward. Exile. A dark black hole suddenly formed in front of Fengshi, and an aura of nothingness and chaos came from it, making one's heart palpitate. His sword move was immediately disrupted, and flaws began to appear in it. Two moon blades finally arrived, and the tiny void cracks around them also attacked Fengshi under Yang Kai's control. Ah! A scream rang out as Fengshi's stable aura was disrupted. Fengshi's figure was suddenly wrapped in space force and blood spurted out. It was a horrifying sight. Young sect master. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar turned pale with fright and couldn't help shouting. They thought that Fengshi could deal with Yang Kai easily, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao Source realm, could suppress their young sect master. How could such a thing happen? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment they didn't dare to rush to rescue their young sect master, so although they shouted loudly, they just stood there motionless, their eyes flickering as if they were ready to escape at any time. If their young sect master died here, they would definitely not be able to escape from Yang Kai's vicious hands. Yang Kai didn't stop after that attack. Instead, he shook the myriad sword and sent an overwhelming number of sword waves towards Fengshi. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk strange sounds kept ringing out, and after all the sword waves disappeared, the void returned to normal. Yang Kai gasped for breath. On the contrary, Fengshi was lying there in a bloody mess, looking extremely miserable. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk both the yellow-faced man and the scholar swallowed their saliva, their faces extremely pale. Both of them looked at Fengshi with dull eyes. When they swept him with their divine senses, they found that Fengshi was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had suffered an unimaginable injury. Chapter 2467. Run. I have to run. If I don't, it'll be too late. Just as the yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar had this thought, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at them coldly. Both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Under Yang Kai's cold gaze, their legs went soft and they couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. Do you want to come and die yourselves, or do you want me to cut you down? Yang Kai stood there with his sword in hand. His figure was calm and his clothes were neat, as if the battle just now hadn't consumed any of his energy. It was as if Fengshi was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, and he was the high and mighty emperor of the Emperor Realm. The situation was completely reversed and they couldn't accept it. Monster! The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's teeth chattered fiercely, making cracking sounds. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. It seems that you've chosen the latter, Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped towards the two. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's breathing suddenly stopped. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't control their bodies at all. A feeling of despair instantly drowned them. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look to the side. What he saw made Yang Kai's eyes bulge. Fengshi, who should have been lying on the ground waiting for death, was slowly standing up. However, his state was extremely strange, as if he didn't have his own consciousness. His eyes were closed and his body was stiff, as if he was a puppet being lifted up by someone. On the other hand, the source chi in his body was tumbling. Not only that, there was also an aura that made Yang Kai feel fear and horror. It was slowly waking up inside Fengshi's body. Soon after, Fengshi stood up straight again and opened his tightly shut eyes. His eyes were bone-chilling cold, but they were blooming with a divine light as bright as stars. Yang Kai was shocked. The moment Fengshi opened his eyes, the strange aura in his body suddenly rose to the extreme. A rich emperor pressure spread out, making Yang Kai's breathing stop. The blood in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Fengshi gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. When he met Fengshi's eyes, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It was very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Fengshi's entire person had undergone earth-shaking changes. His previous image of a sect's young master had been replaced by a graceful and noble temperament. His eyes were filled with disdain as if he wanted to rule the world. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This feeling was somewhat familiar to him. He had experienced a similar feeling from third-order Emperor Realm masters like Yao Changjun, Qi Ri, and Bing Yun. However, Fengshi had just ascended to the Emperor Realm not long ago. How could he be a match for these three top-notch experts? Could it be a secret technique of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai wondered. Suddenly he waved his hand. Two moon blades formed across and spun towards Fengshi. They arrived in front of Fengshi in an instant, sealing off all his escape routes. Fengshi looked at the two cross-shaped moon blades and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. It was as if this was the first time he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique. There was a steadiness and maturity on his face that did not match his age. He had no intention of dodging. Instead, he slowly stretched out a finger. His finger pointed right at the center of the cross. There was no difference. Under the power of this finger, the two moon blades collapsed with a loud bang. They didn't cause any damage to Fengshi. What? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He naturally knew the weakness of the secret technique he used better than anyone else. Although this was the first time he had used this cross-shaped moon blade, he had simulated it countless times in his mind, so it was quite easy for him to use it. The weakness of this secret technique was right at the spot Feng Shi's finger had pointed. How did he know? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy. If Feng Shi had such eyesight and ability, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably just now. It seemed that in the short time between when he was unconscious and when he woke up, something shocking had happened to him. Who is your excellency? Yang Kai suddenly remembered a legendary secret technique and his heart shook as he asked in a low voice. Feng Shi looked at Yang Kai coldly and the corners of his mouth rose as he said, Junior is really amazing. This old master felt that you were extraordinary back then. Now it seems that this old master's vision is not bad. See. Yang Kai gasped and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Feng Shi suddenly spoke to him in such a tone, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess even more. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cried out, Soul Descent. You are Feng Xian. He had long heard that some top masters would leave a trace of spiritual energy in the bodies of their descendants or disciples in order to protect them. Normally it wouldn't be triggered, but when their lives were in danger, this spiritual energy would erupt and fight against the enemy. However, this secret technique came at a great cost, and once it was used, it would cause a lot of damage to the descendant or disciple, so very few masters would do this. Even if they did, they wouldn't reveal this spiritual energy unless they had no other choice. But now, this spiritual energy had appeared in Feng Shi's body, which undoubtedly showed that Feng Shi was at the end of his rope. Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. It's this king. Feng Shi shouted. What? Sect master? The yellow-faced man and the middle-aged scholar were also taken aback, but soon the two were overjoyed. They rushed to Feng Shi's side and knelt down, saying in a trembling voice, Disciple greets master, sect master. Feng Shi glanced at the two indifferently and coldly snorted, Too good for nothings. You can't even protect the young sect master properly and force this king to show himself. What use do I have for you? The two's expressions changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything. The bitterness in their hearts was simply unbearable. Both of them were thinking, the young sect master is already the emperor realm and is much more powerful than us, but he was still seriously injured and unconscious by this Yang Kai in just a few moves. With our cultivation, what can we do? We'll just be killed with a flick of his finger. Although they were cursing in their hearts, the two didn't dare to say it out loud. They just lowered their heads, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Feng Shi snorted and said, Later take the young sect master to a safe place to heal. If you can't bring the young sect master back to the sect in one piece, you don't need to come back. Since these two could enter the Shattered Star Sea, they were undoubtedly elite disciples of the Netherworld sect, but in Feng Xian's eyes, their value couldn't even compare to a strand of his son's hair. Moreover, from Feng Xian's tone, it was obvious that he would be able to deal with Yang Kai soon, so he asked them to take Feng Shi to a safe place to heal. The two felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly said, Yes. Feng Shi turned his head and looked at Yang Kai again, coldly snorting, Junior, is Shi-Er's injury your masterpiece? Yang Kai said with a dark face, Would you believe me if I said no? Feng Shi said, What do you think? Yang Kai angrily said, Then why the hell did you ask? Feng Shi's face sank and he said, Junior, you're quite arrogant. How dare you yell at this king? I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you're so arrogant, don't blame this king for being impolite. Yang Kai sneered and said, Feng Shi also had the same intention before, but this young master beat him up very badly. Sect Master Feng, be careful not to follow in your son's footsteps. Feng Shi said in a deep voice, You dare to look down on this king? Yang Kai said lazily, If Sect Master Feng came in person, this junior would naturally not be your opponent and would immediately scram and run as far away as possible. What a pity. Sect Master Feng, you borrowed your son's body to descend, so how much of your strength can you display? It's enough to take your life. Yang Kai laughed, Sect Master Feng, be careful not to lose your integrity in your later years. Shut up. Feng Shi shouted angrily, This king will take your dog life now. Seeking passion finger. Saying so, he pointed his finger towards the spot where Yang Kai was standing. An unimaginable force suddenly blasted over, invisible and formless, as if it wanted to tear the void apart. Wherever the finger passed, the void collapsed layer by layer, making for a terrifying sight. Although the power of this finger was not as strong as the Emperor Authority bead Feng Shi had used before, it was not much worse. The reason why it was not comparable was not because Feng Xian's strength had declined over the years. When he condensed the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Xian had just broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm. After so many years, his cultivation must have improved a lot. If Feng Xian used this secret technique with his real body, its power would only be greater. But now he was in the body of a soul descender, so the strength he could display depended entirely on the limits of Feng Shi's body. Therefore, the power of this seeking passion finger was greatly reduced. Even so, it was not something Yang Kai could take head-on. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he hurriedly tried to dodge, but the power of this finger actually had the effect of sealing space and suppressing the world. When Yang Kai's figure paused, he was swept by the finger. As if he had been hit by a mountain, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and the bones in his body creaked. It was unknown how many of them were broken, and the parts of his body that were grazed by the finger were badly mutilated. With just one move, Yang Kai was seriously injured. Feng Xian's astonishing strength was evident. Before Yang Kai could regain his balance, Feng Shi swept his sword over again and shouted, "Seeking Passion Sword." Separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, the sword wave fanned out and arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai could not avoid it. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar could not help but rejoice when they saw this scene. They were excited by the strength of their sect master. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the sect master's soul descender. After the sword attack, Feng Shi's momentum also fell a lot. It seemed that these two moves had consumed a lot of his strength and he was even slightly panting. However, this was enough. Feng Xian believed that Yang Kai could not take this move with his strength. In the next moment he would be torn apart by the sword wave. Feng Xian withdrew his sword and stood there, looking forward coldly, waiting for the moment Yang Kai died. Chapter 2468. But at that moment, Feng Xian's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in him. It was a kind of intuition, and the higher one's cultivation, the more accurate it would be. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, only to see Yang Kai's expression suddenly turn solemn as he quickly formed a strange seal with his hands. An indescribable aura lingered around him. This aura was so profound and mysterious that even Feng Xian was moved. He couldn't help but want to immerse himself in it and comprehend it. What secret technique is this? Feng Xian's expression instantly changed. Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, he still couldn't restrain himself. He stared at Yang Kai wanting to understand. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai completed his hand seals and a mysterious seal floated in front of him. He then sent it out with his palm. Flowing time, Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai's deep voice, like a soul-stirring voice from purgatory, rang in Feng Shi's ears. Feng Shi's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock, "The flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique, the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal." Unlike an ordinary cultivator, Feng Xian was a third-order Emperor realm master, the sect master of the Seeking Passion sect, and a descendant of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. As such, he was extremely knowledgeable and experienced. As soon as Yang Kai made his move, he recognized that it was the famous divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Feng Xian's heart was beating wildly and his face was filled with shock, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The Flowing Time Great Emperor was rumored to be the only great emperors to have comprehended the principle of time. Throughout the star boundaries' billions of years of history, he was the only one. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to comprehend the principle of time, but they couldn't even cross the threshold. This showed how strange and mysterious this principle was. Feng Xian originally thought that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fallen with the Great Emperors. No one in this world could comprehend the principle of time. But now, he actually saw the unique divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor from Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor? Otherwise, how could he release the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal? For a moment, Feng Xian's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and shock. His mood was extremely complicated. As soon as the Flowing Time Great Emperor's swift shuttle seal appeared, Feng Xian knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Under the influence of this strange principle strength, he actually felt everything around him slow down. He knew that this was just his imagination. It was an incorrect feeling he had under the influence of the law of time. While his mind was in shock, he pulled the long sword in his hand, and the source energy in his body surged. Sword chi appeared on the blue long sword, and his entire body was filled with sword intent. His expression was solemn, the 6 desires in his eyes extinguished, and the 7 emotions dispersed. Asking for love is heartless and the heavenly Tao is tyrannical. Merciless / It was the same secret technique, divine technique, displayed by the same body, but the power was incomparable. When Feng Shi had used this secret technique before, Yang Kai had used the space divine technique to knock him unconscious. But at this moment Feng Xian, who had used soul descent, was using it. But it was enough to shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The merciless slash slashed across and collided with the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, which had crossed the barrier of time. 2 completely different principal strengths collided with each other, causing the void to collapse and the world to collapse. A rumbling sound rang out, and the aftermath of the impact erupted and swept out in all directions. Whether it was Yang Kai or Feng Shi, they were like canoes sailing in the sea amidst strong winds and waves. Their bodies swayed as if they could capsize at any time. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar, who were watching not far away, were in a miserable state. The 2 men's eyes were dull and they seemed to be in a daze. However, wrinkles soon appeared on their skin and their hair turned white. The power of time flowed through them in an instant, turning them into old men in a very short time. Hong hong hong. Loud bangs rang out continuously as Yang Kai was suddenly sent flying. This time he was actually at a disadvantage. It was not that the flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique was inferior to the Seeking Passion sect's secret technique, but Yang Kai's strength was not comparable to Feng Xian's. Seeing this, Feng Xian's pupils shrank and his face turned fierce. His body swayed as he urged the remaining power in his body to kill. Although he wanted to capture Yang Kai alive and inquire about the inheritance and secret technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor from him, Feng Shi's current physical condition did not allow him to do so. After using soul descent, Feng Shi was greatly damaged. He had no choice but to use the Taoist ruthless slash. If he continued to entangle with Yang Kai, Feng Shi's body would disintegrate without him needing to suffer any more injuries. Feng Xian was annoyed. That day in Ice Moon City, if he had disregarded his face and attacked Yang Kai, there would not have been such trouble today. Perhaps he could have captured Yang Kai. At that time, the inheritance of the Flowing Time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors would have been his. At that time, he would have the inheritance of 2 Great Emperors, and it would only be a matter of time before he became the overlord of the Northern Territory. Since I am ruthless, how can I seek love? Since there is no Tao, how can I pursue the martial Tao? As Yang Kai retreated, he suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression, "Your Seeking Passion sect is deceiving itself, ha ha." He suddenly burst into laughter. Feng Xian angrily retorted, "Junior, what do you know? Quickly accept your death." As soon as his words fell, he slashed his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai angrily shouted, "You want to kill this young master? You're not qualified. Mountains and Rivers Bell, suppress." With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized bell-shaped artifact suddenly flew out. It was the Mountains and Rivers Bell he had subdued not long ago. Even the Flowing Time Great Emperor's swift shuttle seal could not do anything to Feng Xian, so Yang Kai only had the Mountains and Rivers Bell as his trump card. If even the Mountains and Rivers Bell could not suppress Feng Xian, Yang Kai could only escape immediately. He believed that even if he was seriously injured with the space secret technique he had mastered, it would still be difficult for Feng Xian to kill him. As soon as the Mountains and Rivers Bell came out, Yang Kai immediately felt the source chi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea rapidly drain away like a broken dam, drying up in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai was startled and his face turned pale in an instant as he felt a splitting headache. This was the first time he had used the Mountains and Rivers Bell, so he did not expect to pay such a high price. In the past, when his cultivation was not high enough, he had a similar experience when he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but compared to this experience, it was simply like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Yang Kai obviously felt like he was going to die at this time. As soon as this exotic artifact came out, it had not hurt the enemy, but it had already made him unable to take care of himself. He did not know what the result would be. Yang Kai forced himself to stay awake and stared at Feng Shi. Feng Shi's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Mountains and Rivers Bell? The Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact?" He was shocked to the extreme. When Yang Kai used his Space Force secret technique before, he was already amazed. After all, Space Force secret techniques weren't something just anyone could comprehend and cultivate. Later, Yang Kai used the divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Feng Xian could not imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had to obtain something that countless masters could not obtain in their lifetime. At this moment, Yang Kai even used the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact. Feng Xian almost bit off his tongue. Fake, this is fake. Feng Xian screamed in his heart, but when he focused his gaze, the mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size. The sound of the bell was transmitted to the depths of one's soul, causing one to palpitate uneasily. On the surface of the bell, mysterious runes were looming, flowing endlessly, and an aura from the Great Desolate Era filled the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was the real mountains and rivers bell. The aura of the Great Desolate Era was not something that could be imitated at will. Feng Xian's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tried to escape. However, a mysterious force suppressed the world and sealed the space around him. He could not move, and the power in his body was sealed in his meridians, unable to circulate. The mountains and rivers bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's rhythm changed the world. When the bell rang, it would be suppressed and no one could escape. Even someone like Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could not escape once locked by the mountains and rivers bell, let alone Feng Xian. If not for this, it would not have been able to suppress the Phoenix True Fire for tens of thousands of years. Seeing the mountains and rivers bell coming down on him, Feng Xian felt his soul tremble and shouted in horror, "Juniors, stop! If you dare kill my son, this king will chase you to the ends of the world and tear you to pieces." Fuck you. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed angrily. Hong. Without any suspense, Feng Shi's body was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell and completely disappeared. Ah! The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar stood there trembling. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Yang Kai, a Tao Source Realm cultivator, had actually suppressed their sect master's soul descent. Is this something a Tao Source Realm cultivator can do? Both of them felt a chill in their hearts as a chill ran down their spines from head to toe. Young sect master, is he dead? The yellow-faced young man opened his mouth and all his teeth fell out. He could not even speak clearly. The same was true for the middle-aged scholar. Although the two of them were not hit directly by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, they were affected by the time principles and were no longer in their prime. Cough. Yang Kai kept coughing, looking extremely miserable. He slightly moved his finger and flicked the mountains and rivers bell. Calm. The bell rang again and a huge impact spread in all directions. Don't! The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar shouted, trying to escape, but the sound waves directly drowned them. The two of them vomited blood, which was mixed with fragments of their internal organs. In the blink of an eye, they were no longer breathing. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the enlarged mountains and rivers bell flew back to his hand, returning to the size of his palm halfway. At the place where the mountains and rivers bell had originally suppressed, Feng Shi had already become a pool of flesh and blood. He had died in an extremely miserable manner. 3 star seals with different radiances flew out from the 3 corpses and fell on the back of Yang Kai's hand. These 3 star seals were of extremely high grade. Feng Shi's was a 7-pointed star seal, while the other 2 had 6-pointed star seals. With such star seals, Yang Kai's star seal had taken a big step forward from upgrading. However, Yang Kai was not in the mood to care about this at the moment. He did not even have the strength to collect the 3 space rings. The after effects of summoning the mountains and rivers bell swept over him, making him weak and powerless. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 2469. Northern Territory Seeking Passion Sect. As one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect occupied a vast area with countless disciples. The buildings here were magnificent and extraordinary, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out from an inconspicuous building. In an instant, the entire Seeking Passion Sect seemed to tremble as countless disciples looked towards the source of the sound, their eyes filled with horror. Because everyone could tell that this was the voice of the sect master, but no one knew why the sect master was suddenly so angry. Feng Xian was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so his mind was as calm as water, like an ancient well without ripples. If he hadn't encountered something unacceptable, it was impossible for him to be so emotional. So, what could make a third-order Emperor Realm Master so angry? At that moment, a pale-faced person rushed into the building, pushed open the door and knelt down while trembling. "Sect Master, this is bad. This subordinate just received a message. Young Sect Master's soul lamp." Before this person could finish speaking, Feng Xian suddenly sent a palm strike towards him. Although this person had a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao Source realm, how could he resist a master like Feng Xian? Under a single slap, he was directly smashed into a meat patty. Yang Kai. Inside the secret room, Feng Xian's face was pale as he shouted out a person's name with a violent expression, his eyes flashing with anger. His soul descent had taken place in Feng Shi's body, so although he was in the Seeking Passion sect, he could more or less perceive what happened in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it was not comprehensive, he could clearly feel Feng Shi's death. His son had finally broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But in the end he was killed by someone from the third-order Dao Source realm. What's more, it was under the premise of his soul descent. This was a great humiliation to him and the Seeking Passion sect. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't enter the Shattered Star Sea, he would have already set out to settle accounts with Yang Kai. The enmity of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Feng Xian's heart surged with anger. Suddenly he got up, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the Seeking Passion sect, heading in a certain direction. Looking at the direction he was heading, it seemed to be the location of Ice Heart Valley. He couldn't find Yang Kai now, so he could only go to Ice Heart Valley to find Bing Yun first. In any case, Yang Kai must die, and only by finding Bing Yun would he be able to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Feng Xian's sect he no longer cared about the dispute between the two sects. If Bing Yun couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would massacre Ice Heart Valley. After Yang Kai's Yang sect of his Yang sect, he regained his consciousness. Yang of Yang Yang's Yangs. Kai Yang's heart moved. Then he realized that the one calling him was not someone else but his Dharmakaya. There was always a soul connection between him and the embodiment, so even if they were separated by the sealed world bead, the embodiment could contact him at any time. Yang Kai had suddenly fainted earlier, and the embodiment didn't dare to pull him into the sealed world bead to heal him. Although he could do so, if he did, the sealed world bead would definitely be exposed to the void. There were countless masters in the Shattered Star Sea, and if someone saw the sealed world bead, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore the embodiment could only let Yang Kai drift in the void. It kept calling out to him. How long has it been? Yang Kai communicated with the embodiment with his divine sense and struggled to prop himself up. Not long, just a few hours. Fortunately. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and examined his current condition. His injuries weren't too serious, but his back was a little bloody after being swept by Feng Xian's finger. The biggest problem now was that he was very weak. Using the mountains and rivers bell had consumed all his strength, so there was no way for him to fully recover in the next few hours. Even now, when he tried to use his divine sense, he felt pain in his head. If he encountered any danger at this time, he could only hide in the sealed world bead immediately. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat and let it fly forward. He then sat cross-legged on the wooden boat, took out some restorative spirit pills, stuffed them into his mouth and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. In the desolate Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai's figure was like a speck of dust, inconspicuous as he drifted without any particular target. 2 days later, he exhaled softly and stood up again, crackling sounds coming from all over his body. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his body was fine. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around, but there was nothing special. Even his 7-pointed star seal didn't sense the existence of others. It had been 2 or 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. At first he thought he had gained a lot, but after meeting the people from Ice Heart Valley and Feng Shi, he realized that he had fallen behind. Even Feng Shi had advanced to the Emperor realm early, and Ziyu was at the critical juncture of her breakthrough. Perhaps she had already successfully broken through and reached the Emperor realm, but what about him? He hadn't sensed the aura of a breakthrough yet. The Phoenix True Fire and the Mountains and Rivers Bell were indeed very good. After all, they were once owned by the great emperors, but the strength of a cultivator was always based on their own strength. Other external aids were just icing on the cake. Without strong strength as a guarantee, even if one had good treasures, it would be difficult to play any role. Yang Kai felt that if he was in the Emperor realm now, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed when using the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Ziyu and Feng Shi were already ahead of him, but what about the other sect's prides? What about the rising stars that he knew? Yang Kai suddenly felt an urgent sense of crisis. If one's cultivation fell behind others, they would truly fall behind. No matter how many good things he found in this Shattered Star Sea, it would be useless. While thinking about it, he controlled the wooden boat to fly quickly, trying to find his own opportunity in this Shattered Star Sea. For several days Yang Kai didn't meet anyone, nor did he sense the aura of source strength. This made him feel a little strange because this phenomenon was very abnormal. He had been in the Shattered Star Sea for a while, but such a thing had never happened before. A few days later Yang Kai still didn't sense anything. This made him a little suspicious, wondering what had happened in the Shattered Star Sea. It wasn't until the 10th day that Yang Kai suddenly felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. This made him feel refreshed, and he immediately realized that he had sensed the existence of a cultivator. Then, the warmth on the back of his hand became stronger and stronger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and quickly flew in that direction. As he got closer, Yang Kai was surprised because he sensed the aura of many cultivator. There seemed to be not only the aura of a cultivator but also an extremely rich source aura. It was resonating with the star seal on the back of his hand. What was going on over there? Yang Kai became curious and sped up a lot. Half a day later, the scene that entered his eyes made Yang Kai slightly stunned. Because in the star field, who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers in front of him, there was a large blue halo, showing an irregular oval shape. At first glance it looked like a vast sea. Although this sea didn't seem too big now, Yang Kai knew that it was because he was too far away from it. If he were really in it, he would definitely feel its magnificence. What the hell? Yang Kai muttered in his heart. After a few hours, Yang Kai had already flown to this strange place. After seeing the situation over there, Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and said involuntarily, "So much source aura?" He could clearly feel the rich aura of source energy from the blue halo. The shattered source energy was hidden in the blue halo, like fish hiding in the sea. At this moment, when he looked closer, this place was like a real sea, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. The blue waves were blue and the light was like the tide of the sea. It looked extremely strange. Through the star seal on the back of his hand, Yang Kai clearly felt the countless cultivator, scattered in this huge blue light, and he didn't know if they were absorbing and refining the source aura. But, how could there be so much source aura here? With so much source aura, if one person were to refine and absorb it, how much benefit would they get? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. But this was basically impossible. No single cultivator had the ability to refine so much source aura. No wonder he hadn't met a single person or sensed any source aura after walking for more than 10 days. It turned out that all the source aura had gathered in this place. Yang Kai was excited. Although he wanted to snatch the source aura in front of him right now, he still carefully examined the situation of the blue light. To his surprise, his divine sense was not hindered in any way, nor did he detect the slightest danger. It was as if the blue light was just like the sea, a carrier of the rich source aura. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy, and he rushed forward and plunged into the light. "Haha, another fool." There was a burst of laughter not far away. This person had obviously been observing Yang Kai, and when he saw him rush into the blue light, he laughed and said sarcastically, "How dare you be so reckless in the source sea, you really don't know how to write the word death." As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly shot out from the place where Yang Kai had rushed in. This person took a closer look and saw that it was Yang Kai. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? You're still alive?" Yang Kai grimaced in pain and his whole body was in pain. There were sizzling sounds coming from all over his body, and his clothes were completely corroded in a very short time, revealing his strong body. His skin seemed to have been scalded by hot water, and countless pustules suddenly appeared all over it. It was a horrifying sight to behold. However, although his appearance was miserable, Yang Kai was not in danger of losing his life. He stimulated the source qi in his body to expel the corrosive force that had invaded his body. Chapter 2470. After a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and took out a new set of clothes to wear. The corroded wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the blood fell off, revealing new skin. Gudong. The onlooker could not help but gulp in horror. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the man before his figure flickered and he suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. In the entire Shattered Star Sea, such a cultivation was neither high nor low, belonging to the lower middle class. This person had a strange appearance and he looked a little like a rat. He didn't look like a good person. Seeing Yang Kai appear in front of him, he was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, asking in horror, What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him unhappily and snorted coldly, "I just heard you say that this is the Source Sea?" Yes, yes. This is the Source Sea. The man seemed to be tongue-tied as he replied repeatedly. What is the Source Sea? Tell me clearly. The man looked bitter and said, the Source Sea is the Source Sea. A lot of source strength is gathered here, and this place looks like an ocean, so everyone calls it the Source Sea. There is no special name for it. How did you find this place? Why are there so many people here? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. I came with my brother from the same sect. My brother was called here by someone else. Friend, what do you want to ask? The man seemed to have calmed down and saw that Yang Kai did not have much malice. He looked at him curiously and asked, tell me about the Source Sea. Tell me everything you know. The man suddenly asked suspiciously, friend, have you never heard of the Source Sea? Yang Kai slapped him and said angrily, if I had heard of it, would I need to ask you? The man shrunk his head and was annoyed, but he did not dare to show it. He said in surprise, that can't be. Friend, your cultivation is not weak. How can you not know about the Source Sea? This place should be recorded in the ancient books of all the major sections. There are records of all of them? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes, the Source Sea is a very famous place in the Shattered Star Sea because there is a large amount of source strength here. We can absorb and refine it here. As long as we find this place, we don't have to look for the source strength of the Shattered Stars. However, the Source Sea did not appear every time. The time and location of its appearance were not fixed. However, there were 3 times when the Shattered Star Sea opened. One day the Origin Sea will appear. This is a blessed land for us cultivators. There's only origin energy here? Then what is the blue halo here? Why does it have such a strong corrosive power? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had suffered a loss from that faint blue halo. It looked like seawater, and his spiritual force did not detect any danger at all. But when he dived in, he could feel an extremely strong corrosive force. If Yang Kai had not retreated quickly, he would have suffered more serious injuries. No one knows what this faint blue halo is. It has been here since the first appearance of the Source Sea, but it's very dangerous. If someone rushes in, they'll definitely die. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was still alive, wasn't he? He smiled awkwardly and said, friend, you are amazing. You actually managed to retreat from there. It's all thanks to you. Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. This guy was watching from a distance and did not warn him when he rushed in. Although he was not friends with this guy, it was immoral of him to just sit back and watch. If it was any other cultivator with slightly weaker strength who rushed in, they would not have survived. However, he could not blame others for this. Bystanders had the right to watch. The man could tell that Yang Kai was blaming him and could not help but smile awkwardly. Go on. Yang Kai snorted. The man quickly cleared his throat and said, there are great benefits to be gained from the Source Sea. Many people find this place and stay here to absorb and refine the Source Sea until the Shattered Star Sea closes. Friend, as you can see, the Source Sea is extremely vast, just like a real sea, so no matter how many people come here, it is impossible to refine all the source strength here. And, let me tell you a secret, there are not only fragments of source strength in the Source Sea, but also complete source strengths of stars and the 5 elements. Complete source strengths? Yang Kai's expression changed. He was a Star Lord himself, so he could naturally understand the huge gap between the fragments of source strength and the complete source strength. A complete source strength could allow a cultivator to easily sense the heavenly way in martial Tao, but a fragment of source strength would be greatly reduced. He did not expect that there would be complete source strength in the Source Sea, and not only the source strengths of stars, but also the source strengths of the 5 elements. Although the Phoenix True Fire he obtained before was also a fire attribute source, it was a divine spirit source, not a 5-element source. There was still a difference between the two. The reason why his sealed world bead could not allow people to break through to a great realm inside was that the world principles were incomplete. In order to complete the world principles, a complete source strength was indispensable. If he could find the complete source strength here and fill the small sealed world with it, perhaps the world principles of the small sealed world would become complete. If he wanted to break through in the future, he would be able to do so in the small sealed world without worrying about being disturbed. So, after hearing that there was a complete source strength in the Source Sea, Yang Kai was immediately excited. But soon, his face darkened again. This Source Sea is so dangerous. How can I safely absorb and refine source strength in it? Are you lying to me? How would I dare? The man shouted with a wronged expression. Friend, you haven't entered the Source Sea, so you don't know the situation inside. In the Source Sea, there are many island-like places where people can settle down. In those places, you don't have to worry about being corroded by the Source Sea's corrosive power, and you can refine source strength with peace of mind. There's such a good place. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He just rushed into the Source Sea and did not go deep inside, so he did not find any island-like existences. But judging from the way this man spoke, it did not seem like he was lying to him. Friend, you can fly over and take a look later. Don't rush into that thing that looks like seawater again. The man seemed to give a kind reminder, but after that he looked at Yang Kai flatteringly. I've said everything I need to say, so, humph. Yang Kai said with a straight face, since the Source Sea has so many benefits, why are you still here and not going in? Is there any other danger? The man hurriedly said, I'm staying here to wait for my other brothers. It was Big Brother who told me to stay here. Otherwise, do you think I want to stay here? I also want to go in and absorb and refine source strength. He had an aggrieved expression on his face, probably cursing his big brother in his heart. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and flew over the Source Sea. The man's voice came from behind, you should be careful. There are now several people from the Emperor realm in the Source Sea. If you provoke them, no one can save you. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He found that things were as he thought. Many people had already advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and Ziyu and Feng Shi were not the only ones. And this was only the situation in the Source Sea. What about the other masters scattered all over the Shattered Star Sea? Perhaps there were many who had advanced to the Emperor realm. The Shattered Star Sea was indeed an incredible sealed world. Yang Kai's mood was solemn as he flew over the Source Sea. When he looked down, he suddenly had a strange feeling of dislocation. Right now, it was as if he was flying above a vast ocean. Below him were blue waves and surging tides. Above this ocean, there were indeed some island-like existences. They were of different sizes. The small ones could only fit one person, while the big ones could only fit 4 or 5 people. These places were already occupied by cultivators. They sat there cross-legged, absorbing and refining the source energy that was escaping from the sea. On the surface of the sea, the tides were surging, sometimes calm, making it difficult to predict. In such a situation, it was impossible for a cultivator to refine source strength steadily above the sea. It seemed that he had to find a place to settle down first. Yang Kai had suffered from this sea before, so he knew how powerful it was. If he could not find a place to settle down, he would not be able to refine source strength in peace. Thinking of this, he scanned the area below, trying to find a suitable place. There were many cultivators like him who were looking for a place to settle down. They were all flying in the air, but none of them intended to fight each other. The source strength here was so rich that as long as they could absorb it steadily, they would surely reap great benefits. It was meaningless to fight here unless they were fighting for territory. There were indeed people fighting for territory. When Yang Kai flew through the air, he saw at least a dozen groups of people fighting each other. Cultivator corpses were constantly falling from mid-air, and as soon as they fell into the Source Sea, they disappeared without even making a splash. After wandering over the Source Sea for an hour, Yang Kai still could not find a place to settle down. All the places had been occupied. This made him feel very helpless. He was not the kind of person who liked to snatch other people's territory for no reason, so he could only search patiently. Fortunately, the Source Sea was big enough and there were still some places he had not searched. He believed that he should be able to find a good place. In the distance ahead, there was another group of people fighting for territory. The sky was dark and the earth was dark as energy surged. Yang Kai wanted to go around the battlefield, but at this moment, a low voice suddenly came into his ears. Earth Sword. Falling thunder. The voice was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds. In the sky over there, a blue lightning bolt suddenly cut across the sky and shot towards a certain place. His expression changed and he quickly looked in that direction. Chapter 2471. Earth Sword Falling Thunder was a secret technique, and it was a secret technique that Yang Kai knew. This secret technique was divided into 3 moves: Human Sword Revolving Annihilation, Earth Sword Falling Thunder, and Heaven Sword Star Shattering. Each move was stronger than the last, and the combined power of the 3 moves was infinite. And the one who cultivated this secret technique was Xiao Bai of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had fought with Xiao Bai in the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm and had experienced the power of this secret technique, so it was still fresh in his memory. Now that he saw someone using this secret technique in the Origin Sea, his attention was immediately drawn to it. When he turned his head, a figure in white fluttering in the chaotic battlefield suddenly came into view. Who else could it be but Xiao Bai? This guy had always been wearing a white robe since Yang Kai met him, looking chic and cold, but at this moment he seemed to be in a bad situation and was being besieged. His white robe was stained with red blood, which was very dazzling. And with him was another figure that Yang Kai was familiar with, Murong Xiao. These two elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple were standing on top of a small island at this moment, back to back, each casting a secret technique to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The island they were on was not big, just enough for the two of them to settle down. Both of them were elites among elites. After not seeing each other for a few years, both of them had reached the peak of the Third Order Dao Source realm, but they were outnumbered and in an extremely difficult situation. Xiao Baiyi's body spurted blood from time to time, while Murong Xiao's hair was messy and her clothes were wet with sweat, clinging to her exquisite and plump body. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he found that the people besieging them did not block the space. In other words, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao still had a chance to escape. However, the two of them had no intention of escaping. One of them looked cold and determined, while the other looked angry and indignant. They stood their ground and unleashed their power. They were fighting for territory. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that the territories occupied by Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao had obviously been targeted by this group of people, so these people had come to snatch them. Yang Kai guessed that they wanted to rely on their numbers to bully Murong Xiao, but after fighting, they realized that Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were not easy to provoke. The gap that was deliberately left open was for Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to escape. Besieging a city was a necessity, so they did not want to engage in a life-or-death battle and only wanted to force the two of them away. Unfortunately, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao had no intention of escaping, causing the battle to reach its climax. Yang Kai quickly turned around and ran in that direction. He was, after all, a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Zishan and Gao Shuiting had taken care of him in every possible way, and he had some friendship with Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao, so how could they not help him when he encountered such a situation? Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's actions, one of the long-faced old men who was besieging Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao said, "I'll give you one last chance, leave or not." Murong Xiao gritted her teeth. She shouted, "You want to take our place? Unless you kill us." Xiao Baiyi did not say a word, but the long sword in his hand blossomed like a flower, his fierce murderous intent giving a silent answer. "Good, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it, there is no door to hell but you want to throw yourself into it. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless." While speaking, the long-faced old man gestured to the others with a gloomy expression on his face, obviously not willing to delay any longer. It was time to end this quickly. The others understood tacitly. Their momentum changed and their attacks became much more decisive and fierce. Both Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao's faces sank as they felt immense pressure. The long-faced old man himself flickered and greeted Yang Kai, cupping his fists from afar and saying, "The Western Territories Pointed Star Sect is handling some matters, friend, please give us some face and take a detour." "You're from Pointed Star Sect?" Yang Kai not only did not stop, but also sped up with a look of joy on his face. "Yes, Your Excellency is?" When the long-faced old man heard Yang Kai say this, he thought that Yang Kai was also a cultivator from the Western Territory and could not help but look at him suspiciously, wanting to know which sect he came from. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I'm from King of Hell's Palace." "King of Hell's Palace?" The long-faced old man had a suspicious look on his face because no matter how he thought about it, there was no sect called King of Hell's Palace in the Western Territory. But soon, he reacted and his face sank. "Your Excellency, are you playing with this old master? How could a sect use a name like King of Hell's Palace that could easily provoke hatred?" Obviously, Yang Kai was just making things up. Yang Kai grinned and said, "How could that be? I'm really from King of Hell's Palace." At this point, his face sank and he said in a deep voice, "King of Hell sent me to take your dog lives." The long-faced old man's face changed and he shouted, "You're courting death, boy." He urged the source chi in his body and quickly formed a mysterious seal with his hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to give Yang Kai a show of strength. But to his horror, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. This strange scene shocked the old man because he did not know how Yang Kai disappeared at all. In an instant, a chill came from the soles of his feet and he could not help but wonder if he had really seen a ghost. But before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of him again. But at this time, Yang Kai was only 3 inches away from him and their faces were almost touching. "See? The long-faced old man sucked in a breath of cold air and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. At the same time, source chi surged out from his body, turning into a visible barrier that lingered around his body as a form of protection. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sly grin as a white lotus bud appeared in his left eye and disappeared in a flash. Blossoming lotus. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai's divine sense had greatly increased while subduing the mountains and rivers Bell. Now he could use this soul secret technique more skillfully and freely, and its power seemed to be much greater than before. The white lotus bud instantly turned into a mysterious force that tore through the long-faced old man's divine sense defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea. The long-faced old man, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly froze in place, his eyes glazing over as a look of pain appeared on his face. In his vision, all that was left was the white lotus bud, which quickly bloomed and swallowed his body and mind. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch, and under the violent eruption of power, the long-faced old man directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind as he fell towards the source sea. Ah! Exclamations suddenly sounded as the people who were besieging Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were all horrified when they saw this scene. Although the long-faced old man was a little older, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Western Territories' pointed star sect's Dao Source Realm cultivator, he was ranked in the top 3, but such a person was defeated by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with a single punch, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Just now he told them to end this quickly, so how did he suddenly die? Could the person who killed him be from the Emperor Realm? Although there were not many people from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, there were still quite a few of them. The bloody scene of the old man's death scared the Pointed Star sect disciples out of their wits, and the suspicion in their hearts made them tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards them with a cold smile on his face, how could they dare to continue staying in place? They all left Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao and turned to flee. At this moment, they did not even have the courage to avenge the old man, and only wanted to escape from this place to save their lives. Condense. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clenched it, and under the surge of space principles, the space in front of him instantly solidified. The few people who were fleeing in a hurry widened their eyes in horror, only to find that their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were cold. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The two of them still did not know who secretly helped them, and they did not have time to check the appearance of the person who came. The anger they had been suppressing at the hands of these Pointed Star sect disciples could finally be released at this moment. Human sword, revolving annihilation. Earth sword, falling thunder. Heavenly sword, shattering star. Xiao Baiyi's long sword suddenly unleashed 3 secret techniques at the same time, and when the 3 swords combined into one, the ferocious power caused even the world to tremble. Although Murong Xiao was a woman and gave Yang Kai the impression of gentleness and elegance, she showed no mercy at this moment. She summoned a pair of heavenly feather rings and in an instant, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, and 4 divided into 8, layer by layer, shrouding the Pointed Star sect disciples. Screams rang out one after another. The Pointed Star sect disciples only wanted to escape and had no fighting spirit, so after being suddenly bound by Yang Kai, they could not even resist. As soon as the 2 great disciples of Azure Sun Temple attacked, these people fell like straws. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and broken limbs. In less than 10 breaths, several Pointed Star sect disciples died on the spot, and their bodies fell into the source sea. Star seals shot out from the backs of these people's hands, flying towards Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao, and were quickly divided up by the 2. Chapter 2472. Xiao Baiyi suddenly snorted coldly, flirting with my junior sister in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf, or blind? Yang Kai turned his head with a smile and said, Xiao Bai, long time no see. Xiao Baiyi's face went black as he said, I said, my name is Xiao Baiyi Xiao. But not Xiao Bai. The veins on his forehead bulged, obviously extremely annoyed by the name of Xiao Bai. After a pause, he said with a sullen face, I heard that you are also a disciple of the temple. Although you entered the temple late, on the road of martial Dao, those who have reached the top are first. If you don't want to call me by my full name, you can call me Junior Brother Xiao. I don't want to hear the word Xiao Bai again. I know Junior Brother Xiao Bai. Yang Kai grinned. Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly turned white with anger. Murong Xiao pursed her lips and snickered. Brother Yang, did you come to help because you saw our message? Message? Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Murong Xiao asked curiously, Brother Yang didn't see it? Yang Kai said, I don't have your communication beads or communication artifacts, how could I see? Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took it out of his space ring. This was a golden token. It was the Azure Sun golden token that Gao Shueting had given him in Maplewood City. The holder of this Azure Sun golden token was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there were only a few disciples who possessed such a token. However, Yang Kai had never used this Azure Sun golden token since he obtained it, nor did he have the opportunity to use it. He probed it with his divine sense. Only then did he understand what Murong Xiao meant. This Azure Sun golden token had the function of a communication artifact. It allowed the disciples to communicate with each other because at this moment, there was only one message left in the token. It was the message that Murong Xiao had sent not long ago. Seeing his expression, Murong Xiao knew that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, Brother Yang, you should check the information in the golden token more often in the future because you never know when you will come across a message left behind by your junior brother or junior sister. I'll remember it. Yang Kai nodded and put away the Azure Sun golden token. Although he did not receive Murong Xiao's message in time, he did not receive it. However, he had come here by accident and saved her and Xiao Baiyi. Where is Xia Sheng? Why don't I see him? Yang Kai looked around and asked suspiciously. Since Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were together, there was no reason for Xia Sheng not to be here, but there was no trace of Xia Sheng here and no one knew where he had gone. Xiao Baiyi said, Big brother separated from us 2 months ago, saying that he was looking for a place to break through. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, Oh? Xia Sheng is going to break through to the Emperor realm? Murong Xiao said with a worried expression. Big brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It's just that he hasn't had an opportunity. This time he finally came to the Shattered Star Sea and hurriedly went to prepare. Then why didn't you follow him? Yang Kai frowned. Since Xia Sheng wanted to break through to the Emperor realm, he definitely needed someone to protect him. Otherwise, if he encountered a sneak attack, he would not be able to resist. Xiao Baiyi sighed, he wouldn't let us. We secretly followed him for a few days, but he managed to get rid of us using the cicada shedding carapace. Got rid of? Yang Kai's face darkened. But thinking about Xia Sheng's character, it was possible that he would do such a thing. It seemed that Xia Sheng did not have much confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. If he really had a lot of confidence, he would not have secretly prepared by himself and left his junior brother and junior sister behind. It was precisely because he was not sure that he would fall under the world energy baptism that he did not want Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to follow him, lest they see a shadow in their hearts. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were also in the third order Dao Source realm. If they really had a shadow in their hearts because of Xia Sheng, it was very likely that they would never be able to break through in the future. Yang Kai thought of this and Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao undoubtedly also thought of this. So both of them looked anxious and uneasy. Seeing this, Yang Kai quickly comforted them. Xia Sheng has a strong foundation, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for him to break through. Along the way, I have already met people who have successfully broken through. Since others can do it, so can Xia Sheng. You don't have to worry too much. I hope so. Xiao Baiyi also knew that there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only pray that Xia Sheng would be blessed. Brother Yang, you came here to find a place to refine source strength, right? Murong Xiao asked. Yes, I happened to pass by here and found that the situation here was strange, so I came to have a look. Murong Xiao smiled and said, This is the famous Source Sea. Once you find this place, you don't have to go anywhere else to find source strength. Brother Yang, you can stay here and absorb the source strength with Brother Xiao. This place is just enough for 2 people. What about you? Yang Kai asked. This island was not big, only enough for 2 people. If Yang Kai stayed, there would definitely be no space for Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao smiled gently and said, I'll stand guard for you. Xiao Baiyi said, The 3 of us can take turns. It just so happens that one of us can watch from the side to avoid being sneak attacked. Yang Kai thought for a while but shook his head and said, No, it's hard to find such an opportunity. You 2 just stay here and absorb the source strength. I'll go somewhere else to look for it. If there are any blind people looking for trouble, remember to send me a message and I'll rush over as soon as possible. Murong Xiao Xiao said, "But there are no other places here, so many people are fighting for territory." "No place?" Yang Kai's face turned black when he heard this. Xiao Bai also said, "Basically there's no place left. We also searched for a long time before we found a place to settle down, but we were targeted by those people before we could even find a place to stay. It's useless for you to continue looking unless what?" Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Murong Xiao Xiao bit her red lips and said, "Unless Brother Yang has the Emperor Realm's cultivation." "Why does it have to be the Emperor Realm's cultivation?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. Xiao Bai explained, "In this source sea, the deeper you go, the richer the source strength is, and the easier it is to absorb and refine it. So, the deeper you go, the higher the cultivator's cultivation. Haven't you noticed along the way that the cultivator's cultivation at the edge is not very high?" Yang Kai heard this, thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed as he said, but he still asked curiously, "What does this have to do with the Emperor Realm?" Xiao Bai said, "Because in the deepest part, where the source strength is the richest, there are several cultivators from the Emperor Realm who occupy a large area. People who are not from the Emperor Realm are not allowed to get close. Many people who accidentally wandered in were killed by them." "So overbearing." Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. Murong Xiao Xiao said, "Although there are many places to settle down there, and the source strength is relatively richer, no one dares to go there. Brother Yang, you must not go there or your life will be in danger." "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded and did not explain too much to her. He was really not afraid of the newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Even Feng Xian, who used soul descent, was killed by him, so how could these newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea make him afraid? "But I still want to look for them if I really can't find them." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before grinning sinisterly, "I can go and snatch one." Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai broke out in cold sweat when they heard this, but thinking about the strength Yang Kai just showed, they were not too worried. Yang Kai's strength seemed to have surpassed the level of the Tao Source realm, otherwise, he would not have been able to blow up the long-faced old man from Pointed Star Sect with one punch. "Anyway, you just have to be careful." Xiao Bai saw that he could not dissuade him, so he could only exhort. "You have to be careful too. If there is any trouble, remember to send me a message." Yang Kai said, then cupped his fists to the two, turned around and flew towards the deepest part of the Source Sea. Looking at his back, Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao were silent. After a long time, Xiao Bai said, "Hurry up and refine it, don't miss this opportunity." Murong Xiao Xiao nodded, and the two immediately sat down cross-legged. While flying, Yang Kai took out his Azure Sun Golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. This way he could sense the fluctuations of a message immediately. Before, he had been keeping it in his space ring so he could not detect it at all. Along the way, the source strength became richer and richer. Yang Kai did not know how far he had flown, but he knew that along the way he could see many Tao Source Realm cultivators sitting cross-legged on the islands below, refining and absorbing source strength. However, after a certain moment, no one could be seen anymore. Even if there were some empty islands below, there was no one occupying them. Instead, on those empty islands, there were some extremely miserable corpses lying there, as if they were a warning to those who came later. Yang Kai understood that these should be the masterpieces of the few people from the Emperor Realm who occupied the best spots. Although this method was bloody, it was extremely effective because the people who died were the top Tao Source Realm cultivators in the star boundary. Even their corpses were left here, so those who came later would definitely have to weigh their own abilities. If it were anyone else, they would have turned around and left immediately after seeing such a scene, but Yang Kai turned a blind eye and continued to rumble forward, not intending to hide at all. At a certain moment, a burst of Emperor intent suddenly shrouded him from somewhere below. Although this Emperor intent was not too pure or surging, it was still Emperor intent, which coincided with the heavenly way. Yang Kai's flying body paused slightly, and his breathing became a little irregular. "A Tao Source Realm trash dares to come here? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death." A low voice sounded, and immediately from somewhere in the Source Sea below, a huge blood-red palm slapped towards Yang Kai. This palm was not only huge, but it also exuded a very strong bloody smell, as if it was formed from blood. It was extremely fierce and nauseating. Chapter 2473. Seeing that the blood-red palm was about to reach him, Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the source chi in his body, sending out a similarly huge palm print to meet it. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk with a loud explosion, the wind and clouds changed and energy overflowed. In just a moment, the two palms disappeared as if they had never existed. Yang Kai stood still like a mountain, quietly standing in place. Somewhere down below, there was a soft sound of surprise. A pure divine sense swept over and scanned Yang Kai back and forth, probably trying to see if he was hiding his cultivation, but no matter what, Yang Kai was still a Dao Source Realm cultivator. This shocked the man from the Emperor Realm who attacked Yang Kai. He really hadn't met a Dao Source Realm cultivator who could take a palm strike from him. Although it hadn't been long since he broke through to the Emperor Realm, he had already killed 7 or 8 Dao Source Realm cultivators in the depths of the Source Sea. No matter who it was, they were all killed by a single palm strike from him. The difference in strength between an Emperor Realm and a Dao Source Realm cultivator was like heaven and earth. But when it came to Yang Kai, it did not work. Not only did it not hurt him, it did not even make him move. The man was secretly shocked. He did not know where Yang Kai came from to have such terrifying strength. He was not this strong when he was in the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This one is just passing by and just wants to find a place to stay. Friend, you don't have to be so enthusiastic, do you?" His divine sense also swept over the man from the Emperor Realm who attacked him. This guy had red hair as if it was made of blood. His whole body exuded an extremely violent and bloody aura. Yang Kai did not know which sect he came from or what kind of evil arts he cultivated. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of him, there was no hatred between them, so Yang Kai did not want to fight if he could. The red-haired young man looked up at Yang Kai and was silent for a long time before saying, "Go, don't appear within 1,000 kilometers of me." "Many thanks." Yang Kai chuckled. He cupped his fists at him and left. However, after listening to this man, Yang Kai also understood why several people from the Emperor Realm could occupy a large area with the richest source strength. This guy alone occupied 1,000 kilometers, so if there were a few more from the Emperor Realm like him, where else would there be a place for others? However, there was no reason in this world. If you were strong, you could be unscrupulous. If any Dao Source Realm cultivator who dared to disobey him, they would end up like the corpses on the island. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was already more than 2,000 kilometers away from the red-haired youth, but he still couldn't find a place to settle down because he discovered that some of the small islands that originally existed in the depths of this place had been destroyed by the Emperor Realm masters who came here first. They obviously didn't want to leave a place for the latecomers to absorb the source energy, so they did such a tyrannical thing. An earth-shattering spear light suddenly rumbled from below. It pierced through the void. Ignoring the barriers of space, it instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. The piercing cold spear intent pierced through Yang Kai's skin, causing him to feel pain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sensing the power of this spear intent, he didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and took out the myriad sword, slashing it out. The dazzling sword ray came across and collided with the spear ray, creating a loud sound. A trivial Dao Source Realm cultivator can actually take this young master's blow? How strange. Only then did someone's voice come out from below. Like the red-haired young man from before, he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "You people from the Emperor Realm, it's fine if you occupy such a large area, but why do you have to sneak up on everyone? Do you have any shame?" The man laughed. "Those who dare to come here without strength can only die." He paused for a moment, then said, "You can come here. Did you pass Chigui's test?" Yang Kai's heart moved. "You mean that red-haired young man?" "Yes. He was the same as you, despicably sneak attacking me, but I blocked it and let me go." Yang Kai snorted unhappily. "No wonder." The man nodded lightly but after a moment waved his hand and said, "You can go. Since Chigui let you in, it means you are a promising talent. I won't attack you." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. This man spoke as if letting him in was a special favor. He even boasted shamelessly that he was a promising talent. His tone was bigger than the heavens. "How many more from the Emperor Realm are there? Are they all going to attack me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. If that was the case, then he didn't have to hide his strength. He could just fight his way through and avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this man's face changed faster than flipping a book, coldly saying, "Boy, you talk too much. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't want to, then I'll make you stay." Yang Kai snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and flew deeper into the Origin Sea. But this time he changed his previous low-key attitude and directly stimulated his source chi, making it extremely eye-catching. He believed that as long as those from the Emperor realm were not too focused on absorbing source chi, they should be able to sense his existence from far away. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai was so confident and high profile, but along the way, although he felt the aura of two more people from the Emperor realm, they did not attack him again. They just used their divine sense to scan him and then ignored him. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Half an hour later, his eyes lit up and he flew down to a certain place. Below it there was a good place to rest. Furthermore, it was extremely spacious, with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It was rare to see such a large place to settle down in the Source Sea because the islets here were not really islets. For some unknown reason, they were not only few in number but also small in size. For example, the place that Kai Yang had found could accommodate up to 100 people and not feel crowded. After Yang Kai landed, he glanced around and was very satisfied with this place. He wanted to ask Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to come and join him, but thinking about the methods of those from the Emperor realm before, Yang Kai decided against it. Unless he went out and brought them in with Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao's current strength, there was no way they could pass. After sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai tried to absorb the source chi here and was soon overjoyed because the source chi here was much purer and richer than in other places. It seemed to be easier to absorb. For any cultivator, this was simply a blessed place for cultivation. He did not rush to refine and absorb the source chi, but instead released his divine sense to check the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers there was no one. With a wave of his hand, a behemoth appeared beside him. The huge figure seemed to be holding up the sky and stepping on the ground. The moment it appeared, the small island sank slightly. Embodiment. Yang Kai generally did not summon his embodiment out of the small sealed world because the embodiment's body was too big and it was not very convenient to move around. Summoning it required too much divine sense. But now was a good time to summon it out. There was no one here, so there was no need to worry about the strange existence of the embodiment being discovered. Moreover, there was so much source chi here that Yang Kai could not absorb it all by himself. Summoning the embodiment would also give him some benefits. Previously, the embodiment told him that his cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck may be related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law he cultivated. Now that he was here to absorb and refine the source chi, he might have a chance to break through that bottleneck. There was no need to communicate with him. As soon as the embodiment came out, it knew what Yang Kai was thinking. It carefully sat down cross-legged and silently circulated its secret art. The embodiment also knew the star refining art. In the past, he used the star refining art to refine the source chi of the floating continent, and thus merged with the floating continent to form a huge body. The star refining art was a secret art that specialized in refining source chi, while the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law devoured everything. When these two heaven-defying secret arts collided, Yang Kai was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing sparks would be created. After summoning the embodiment, Yang Kai did not stop. He formed a few seals with his hands and pointed at the sealed world bead, opening a gap in the small sealed world so that the sealed world bead could absorb the source chi here to its heart's content. He wanted to make up for the world principles of the sealed world bead, so he could only pin his hopes on source chi. After observing silently for a moment, Yang Kai found that the source chi in the source sea was being crazily devoured by the small sealed world. Only then did he close his eyes and concentrate, urging the star refining art to refine the source chi himself. In an instant, this vast island seemed to have become a source of source chi devouring. The embodiment urged the star refining art, and its huge body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much source chi came, it could quickly absorb, refine, and absorb it. Needless to say, the sealed world bead was even more terrifying than the embodiment when it came to devouring source chi. Compared with them, Yang Kai's movements were like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the speed at which he refined source chi with the star refining art was not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. As time passed, the commotion here grew larger and more terrifying. Constant rumbling sounds could be heard as the source strength in the source sea was sucked into the source sea and then disappeared. The vast source sea was driven by this magical force and slowly flowed towards the island where Yang Kai was located. The movements here seemed to have affected the entire source sea, but Yang Kai, the initiator, seemed to be unaware of it. Slowly, the cultivator absorbing and refining at the edge of the source sea found that something was wrong because they were surprised to see that the source sea seemed to be getting smaller. They were still a little distance away from the edge, but gradually, the distance was getting closer and closer until the source sea was completely away from them. It was as if the entire origin sea was receding, leaving them on the beach even if they did not move from their origin sea. This discovery surprised many martial artists. They did not know why this was the case. With a gloomy face, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Bottleneck, bottleneck. Why can't this king advance to the emperor realm? 700 years, this king has worked hard for 700 years, but why can't I break through? Damn heaven, why are you so unfair? I refuse to accept this." After cursing for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash, none of you can withstand the backlash of your secret art. You are not even as talented as this king, all of you are trash." While cursing, he wantonly released his power, blasting the surroundings into a mess. No one knew what was wrong with him. Chapter 2475. At a certain moment, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. His eyes widened, and his originally furious mood suddenly calmed down and was replaced by excitement. His body even began to tremble. "Ha ha ha ha." He suddenly laughed loudly. "The seed has matured. Finally, a seed has matured. Oh, oh." He shouted crazily for a while, unable to control his excitement. Soon, he summoned a warship and rumbled towards the depths of the shattered star sea. Judging from the direction he was flying, he was actually heading towards the source sea. Time continued to pass by. Although Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him, and planned to immediately withdraw his embodiment and sealed world bead once he found someone approaching him, he did not delay his absorption and refinement at all. The sealed world bead and embodiment also absorbed more and more fiercely, causing Yang Kai to tremble with fear. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. The area of the source sea had shrunk significantly compared to the beginning, and not only that, but the origin energy contained in the remaining source sea was also countless times thinner than before. Not only did the cultivator at the edge discover the problem, but even the cultivator in the depths also discovered the problem. The deepest part of the source sea was the territory occupied by the Emperor Realm. The red-haired young man who had attacked Yang Kai earlier suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. He saw a man standing alone in the air looking at him coldly. The red-haired young man grinned and looked back fearlessly. "You're not the one behind this?" The man looked at the red-haired young man for a while. He suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. The red-haired young man pondered. He said, "I also want to know who's behind this." The two looked at each other and then turned their eyes in the same direction. The red-haired young man said, "The source strength seems to be flowing in that direction." The man nodded and said with a solemn expression, "That direction is where Hyoji is." Hyoji. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that this Hyoji had a great background. Even as the ruler of the Emperor Realm, he didn't dare to treat them lightly. "Do you want to go and take a look?" the person asked. The red-haired youth smiled disdainfully and said, "So this is the reason you came to me? Are all the cultivator in your southern territory so cowardly?" The man snorted but didn't deny it. He only said, "Hyoji is the son of the great emperors after all." The red-haired youth sneered, "Isn't there also a son of the great emperors in your southern territory? Why don't you look for her instead of this young master?" That person said, "She's not in the Emperor Realm yet, so it's useless to look for her. If you're scared, I'll go and check it out myself." "Who says I'm scared?" the red-haired youth said angrily. He stood up as he spoke. He said fiercely, "How dare you steal this young master's origin power? Even if it's the son of the great emperors, I'll spit it out." He flew up and flew in the direction of Hyoji. Seeing this, the other person hurriedly followed. Not long after, the two of them suddenly discovered an unusual situation. Not far away, on a vast island, there were 3 newly ascended rulers of the Emperor Realm gathered. Not only that, Hyoji, who they were looking for, was also among them. And standing in front of the 3 rulers of the Emperor Realm was a young man from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. It was unknown what these 4 people were doing at this moment. They were staring at each other, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Yang Kai was not surprised that Wu Chang could advance to the Emperor Realm, but he was a little surprised to meet him here. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Qi Gui immediately turned to look at Wu Chang and asked, "Do you know this boy?" "I don't know him, I've never seen him before." "Don't ask me," Wu Chang said with a cold face. Although he had no grudges with Yang Kai, there was no friendship between them. At this moment, Yang Kai looked like he had angered everyone, so Wu Chang did not want to have anything to do with him. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Why is brother Wu Chang so heartless? Back in the Four Seasons realm, we cooperated well and the ending was a happy one. Even if brother Wu Chang does not care about our old friendship, you don't have to be so cold." Wu Chang said angrily, "What cooperation? It was nothing more than a mutually willing transaction. Why are you making it sound so nice?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "A transaction is also a cooperation. Didn't brother Wu Chang benefit from it? You being able to advance to the Emperor realm so quickly is more or less due to me, right? Xia Sheng is still working hard to prepare for his breakthrough." He looked at Wu Chang with scorching eyes, implying something. Wu Chang naturally knew that he was talking about the extraordinary treasure pill and immediately snorted coldly, "A transaction is a transaction. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. Brother Wu Chang, you might as well change your name to Wu Qin," Yang Kai said disappointedly. Qi Gui, who was standing to the side, asked in surprise, "Boy, speak clearly, what did you trade that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm?" The other three from the Emperor realm who had arrived first also showed interested looks. Although they had all broken through now and might not need that mysterious thing, how could something that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm be ordinary? If they could obtain some of it, it would be of great benefit to their sect. Which one of these people from the Emperor realm was not a descendant of a top master? Naturally, they had the support of a great sect behind them. What kind of boy is this? Yang Kai's face sank as he glared at Qi Gui. "You red-headed ghost really don't like the way you speak. You actually called me red-headed ghost?" Qi Gui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The others were also shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. After all, among the 6 people here, only Yang Kai was a Dao Source Realm cultivator while the others were all Emperor Realm masters. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear and instead spoke with confidence. He was not even polite when speaking to Qi Gui. This was too shocking. One of the 3 from the Emperor Realm laughed and said, "Qi Gui, you are being looked down upon." Qi Gui glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression before snorting, "It's not that this young master is being looked down upon, it's that he doesn't look down upon himself." Everyone heard this and understood that Qi Gui was saying that Yang Kai did not feel inferior just because his cultivation was lower, so he spoke without the slightest scruple. "I heard that he took a blow from you before?" The young man in the black suit spoke again. Qi Gui snorted, "That's right. This young master's attack with 70% of his strength was completely blocked by him." Another young man surrounded by black Qi raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was trying to get to know him again. 70% of Qi Gui's strength was not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could take. Even the best Dao Source Realm cultivators would definitely be seriously injured, but Qi Gui actually said that Yang Kai had completely blocked it. The meaning of this was intriguing. "Haha, it seems that the people from your Ahan temple are only SOSO. The young man in the black suit laughed. Qi Gui was immediately unhappy and said angrily, "You speak as if you can do anything to him. Don't tell me this little brat didn't pass through your territory." The young man in the black suit suddenly curled his lips. This person was the one from the Emperor Realm who had sent a spear wave at Yang Kai. He was one of the only 2 people who had taken action against Yang Kai, and it was unknown which sect he came from. Qi Gui waved his hand and said, "If it's nothing important, let's not talk about it. I want to know, what are you guys doing here?" The last chubby, charmingly naive man from the Emperor Realm asked, "Didn't you notice anything unusual about this source C?" This person was extremely fat, and the fat on his face was piled up together, almost to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Moreover, he was not tall, and if someone were to look at him from a distance, they would probably think that this person was a winter melon. However, despite his funny appearance, this person was also from the Emperor Realm. Chapter 2476. As soon as Fatty asked, Qi Gui answered, "It's precisely because we noticed the abnormality that we came to check the situation." Fatty said, "So did we." Qi Gui was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the man from the Emperor Realm wrapped in black Qi and asked, "Isn't this your doing, Hyoji?" The man from the Emperor Realm named Hyoji coldly snorted and said, Why do you think I did it? I guessed. Chigue sniffed. The strong young man said, it's not Brother Hyoji's fault. The source strength in the source sea is flowing in this direction. This island seems to be the source of the problem. As soon as this statement came out, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, why are you all looking at me? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you staying in your own place to absorb and refine source strength? Why are you all making trouble here? The strong young man frowned and said, the source strength in the source sea has been greatly reduced in the past half a month, and the flow of source strength is all pointing to this place. Why do you think we're here? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he showed a harmless expression and said in shock, really? That can't be right? This statement was as fake as it could be. After all, the decrease in flow of source strength was clearly visible. Not to mention that Yang Kai was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, even a lower cultivation cultivator would be able to detect it. But now he looked like he didn't know anything, which was obviously a lie. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Especially his eyes. Clear and bright, without the slightest suspicion of pretense. The 5 of them couldn't help but feel doubtful. They didn't know if they were mistaken. But the flow and decrease of source strength had strangely stopped just now. It really has nothing to do with you? Chigue frowned and asked. Yang Kai snorted, I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could I do such a thing right under your noses? If the reduction of source strength here is really due to someone's actions, then why would I do such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. It must be one of you who did something, but you want to frame me. You can't be so despicable. Who did it? Step forward. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although everyone felt that the source of the problem was this island, what Yang Kai said wasn't wrong. He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he do such a thing? The young man said thoughtfully, the abnormality in the source sea began half a month ago. In the beginning it wasn't very big, but later on, it became more obvious. And you, kid, came here half a month ago. Hearing his words, the other 4 people looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, their faces full of suspicion. After all, the timing was too coincidental. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yang Kai stared at him and said, friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Be careful or I won't be polite to you. You won't be polite to me? The young man's eyes widened. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he grinned and said, I'd like to see how you'll be rude to me. He was a cultivator from the Emperor realm, and although Yang Kai had taken a blow from him earlier and showed his strength, he really didn't think that Yang Kai could be his enemy. If it was a life or death battle, he believed that he could take Yang Kai's life in 3 moves. Okay, since it's not the problem here, it must be something abnormal in the source sea. Wu Chang didn't know what he meant. At this time, Wu Chang actually stood up to mediate the situation, helping Yang Kai out of this situation. Chapter 2478. You've really played a big game of chess. Yang Kai was slightly shocked. He did not expect that Wu Mengchuan would teach so many people the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. However, those who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had all died from the backlash. After all, not everyone had a body like the embodiment. He secretly rejoiced that he had resisted the temptation back then and did not cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Otherwise he would not even know how he had died. Although he was confident in his perseverance, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was too strange. Wu Mengchuan's ability to cultivate to the third-order Dao Source realm was definitely not as simple as having strong perseverance. Perhaps the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had left behind some cultivation experiences for him to refer to. If I can recreate the glory of my ancestors, what is a few hundred years of waiting? Wu Mengchuan's body shook as he shouted loudly. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he asked, I want to ask, what is the difference between the main version and the instance version? Haha, the two are basically the same, but naturally there are some differences. The cultivator who cultivates the instance version is just a seed. Once the cultivator reaches the peak of the third order Dao source realm, the seed will mature and can be swallowed by the cultivator of the main version. That way they will be able to advance to the emperor realm. Moreover, if the seed matures, the cultivator of the main version will be able to sense the other party from a very far distance. Wu Mengchuan's tone gradually became excited. Yang Kai suddenly understood, no wonder you could find me in the Shattered Star Sea. You could have sensed me. Previously, in the Source Sea he had also released the embodiment, so Wu Mengchuan probably sensed it at that time. Wu Mengchuan raised his arms and shouted, this king has waited for hundreds of years for this day. Finally, this king has seen the light of day. Yang Kai nodded. He had asked what he needed to ask and understood what he needed to know. The reason why the embodiment had reached a bottleneck but could not break through was really because of the secret art. However, the secret art was not incomplete, but it had always been like this. He pondered for a moment, then said, if the person who cultivated the copy devours the person who cultivated the main copy, what should we do then? Wu Mengchuan was taken aback when he heard this, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. He grinned and said, young people are quite ambitious, very good. With your aptitude, if you didn't cultivate the divine technique, you would definitely become a great talent in the future. Unfortunately, you are now just a stepping stone for my advancement. You haven't answered my question yet. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. Wu Mengchuan snorted, if you can really swallow this king, then you should naturally advance. What's there to ask? I see. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. That would be for the best. Boy, what else do you want to ask? Wu Mengchuan shouted in a low voice, ask all at once and then we can set off on our way. This king can't wait any longer. No more. Yang Kai grinned at him. This strange smile startled Wu Mengchuan, causing him to grit his teeth and spat, you're deliberately mystifying things. While speaking, Source Chi suddenly surged from his body, as if he was preparing to attack Yang Kai. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. What do you want to do? Wu Mengchuan shouted impatiently. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange smile. He said, aren't you going to ask? Why can't you sense the mature seed now? Wu Mengchuan looked stunned, thinking that this was right. He was wondering why he couldn't sense the fluctuations of the mature seed before, but after being asked this and that by Yang Kai, he had forgotten about it. Now that he was reminded by Yang Kai, he suddenly remembered. He hurriedly asked, why? Aha. Yang Kai grinned, spread his hands and said, because this young master hasn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique at all. What? Wu Mengchuan was shocked. Haven't cultivated it? Impossible. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, how could he have been promoted to the third order Dao source realm in such a short time? Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's expression and aura, it seemed that he had been promoted for a long time, and his cultivation was extremely dense. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, then how could he explain the fluctuations of the seed he had sensed earlier? He had clearly flown over quickly after sensing the fluctuations and then saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, the one who has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique is someone else. Oh. Wu Mengchuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky. The huge figure suddenly blotted out all the light in the sky, casting a shadow over a large area. After it landed on the ground, the earth trembled slightly. Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth wide and looked up at the mountain-like existence, only to feel a sense of suffocation that made him unable to breathe for a long time. When this mountain-like being appeared, the feeling that had disappeared appeared once again. This time Wu Mengchuan clearly sensed that this fluctuation was not coming from Yang Kai, but from this monster. Taking a closer look, Wu Mengchuan couldn't help but gasp. This huge monster actually had hands and feet, and its entire body was covered in a thick rock armor. It looked like a huge stone man, but this stone man also had a pair of intelligent eyes that kept rolling around. In the stone man's hand was a pitch-black warhammer that was wrapped in pitch-black darkness. The warhammer was filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura. A demon armament. Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the warhammer in a daze. His heart was filled with extreme shock and he couldn't believe his eyes. This was a demon armament, a genuine demon armament. There were still demon armaments in the world today? Shouldn't this thing have disappeared long ago? Could it be that those ancient great demons and great demons had not gone extinct yet? Did you hear what this guy said just now? Yang Kai pointed to Wu Mengchuan and asked. The embodiment waved the demon armament warhammer in his hand and said, "I heard it very clearly. Devour him and you can break through the current bottleneck." Yang Kai smiled softly. The embodiment also smiled heartily. "I can't wait." Saying so, he took a step forward. If he hadn't figured it out, he would have attacked Yang Kai right away instead of discussing any conditions with him. Yang Kai snorted. The heaven-devouring great emperor was heartless in the past. He slaughtered all living beings, devoured the stars, and destroyed the territory of the great emperor, provoking the wrath of the heavens. In the end, he was killed by the great emperors. Wu Mengchuan, what do you think you can do even if you break through to the emperor realm? You will just follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. Nonsense. Wu Mengchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily, "The great emperors were just narrow-minded people. They were jealous of my ancestors' strength and set up a trap, but unfortunately my ancestors still managed to defeat them. How could someone as powerful as my ancestors die so easily?" At this point, Wu Mengchuan suddenly closed his mouth, and his originally excited mood seemed to have calmed down a little. Chapter 2479. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at him in horror, asking in a trembling voice, What do you mean? You don't mean to say that the master, he's not dead yet, right?" Wu Mengchuan knew that he had a slip of the tongue due to his emotions just now, so he just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a murderous look on his face. A chill suddenly came from the soles of his feet, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. The heaven-devouring great emperor was a legend, but this legend was killed by the joint forces of the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea. But now Wu Mengchuan actually revealed some unusual information. If it was someone else who said this, Yang Kai might not take it seriously, but Wu Mengchuan was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so his words were more or less justified. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were not dead, then all this was just too crazy. After tens of thousands of years of dormancy, what were the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor doing? And for what? Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This king didn't want to kill you so easily because you are a promising talent, but now it seems that you must die. Wu Mengchuan shouted in a deep voice as he suddenly clenched his fist and blasted it in the direction of Yang Kai. The fist intent broke through the barrier and crushed the void with infinite power. His eagerness to kill made Yang Kai feel more and more uneasy, wondering if his guess just now was correct. After Wu Mengchuan made his move, Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Because this guy's strength was extremely good, definitely not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could compare to. It could even be said that he had surpassed the level of Dao Source Realm. Even Wu Chang and Xia Sheng, who were rising stars of the younger generation, they might not necessarily have Wu Mengchuan's heritage. As expected of the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Even if he had been cultivating on his own all these years, he was not necessarily worse than those elites. However, although Wu Mengchuan was powerful, Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he did not dodge but met it with a punch of his own. Hong long 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 long. The sound of an explosion rang out, and the chaotic energy swam between the two of them. They collided. Wu Mengchuan was taken aback and was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's strength had also surprised him. He was well aware of his own strength. Ordinary Dao Source Realm masters were no match for him. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in the Shattered Star Sea, snatch so many star seals, and upgrade his star seal to a 7-pointed star seal. But it was precisely because of this that Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he shouted, "What kind of opportunities have you had over the years? It's really an eye-opener for this king to grow so quickly from an origin king back then." Although he didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, but to be able to let a person become so strong in such a short period of time, Kai Yang's luck was definitely not shallow. But no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, as long as he could kill him, everything would belong to him. While he was talking, he had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, his fists raining down like a storm, his eyes filled with a trace of clarity. Yang Kai looked solemn as he quietly circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body as he fought back fearlessly. Previously in the Source Sea, the fight between the two was just for show, so neither of them used their full strength. Neither of them knew where the other's bottom line was. But now, in this life and death battle, neither of them held back. For a time, the two exchanged punches and kicks, creating a series of clanging sounds. In terms of physique and cultivation, Yang Kai was undoubtedly superior, and coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword qi, Wu Mengchuan quickly fell into a disadvantage in this battle. Yang Kai's fists landed squarely on Wu Mengchuan's body, leaving him in a sorry state. Wu Mengchuan was also extremely shocked. He found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability. In less than 30 breaths, Wu Mengchuan's body was stained with blood, looking extremely miserable. But his eyes were extremely bright. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that something was wrong. Because if it were someone else being beaten by him like this, that person's aura would have already weakened. But Wu Mengchuan's aura showed no signs of weakening, and instead showed signs of increasing. In contrast, Yang Kai's consumption was not light. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Old dog, you're actually devouring my power." Under his careful observation, he finally found some clues. Every time his power hit Wu Mengchuan, a part of it would strangely disappear, and this part was obviously being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan laughed and said, "This king has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques and is invincible. Unless you can kill this king in a single blow, just accept your death obediently." Killing Wu Mengchuan in a single blow was absolutely impossible for an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm master. Only a master above the second-order Emperor Realm could do it. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. Wu Mengchuan's voice was fierce as he shouted, "In front of this king, you can't come and go as you please. Heaven-devouring great emperor's territory, open for me." Hong. An invisible territory field expanded with a bang, directly wrapping Yang Kai in it. In this territory field, Yang Kai found that the power in his body was gushing out of his meridians uncontrollably, turning into a trickle of energy that flowed towards Wu Mengchuan. Not only that, his vitality was also showing signs of being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. And this speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai was shocked. Only now did he realize the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Although the embodiment also cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, his secret art was undoubtedly much worse than Wu Mengchuan's, so there was no territory field that could devour everything. In this territory field, everything was the source of Wu Mengchuan's power, and it was inevitable that he would devour it. If someone fought with him, Wu Mengchuan could easily win and kill his opponent. Yang Kai was now in this awkward situation. What a rich blood qi. What a pure origin energy. Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise while fighting with Yang Kai, "Boy, you've tempered your body? Good, this is a great tonic. This king will have more confidence in breaking through to the Emperor Realm." Yang Kai snorted, "You really want to devour me? Be careful not to choke to death." As he spoke, he urged his space force, causing the surrounding void to tremble and become strange and unpredictable. Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened in shock. This is space force. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight and was shocked beyond words. But in the next moment he was overjoyed. "You're proficient in space force." Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this guy couldn't possibly. Before he could finish this thought though, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and exclaimed in horror, "Bastard, you can even devour principal strength?" Wu Mengchuan showed a look of ecstasy on his face as he opened his mind and body to devour everything around him, constantly praising, Wonderful, the space force turns out to be so mysterious, no wonder not many people can cultivate it." By devouring Yang Kai's space force, he had comprehended a trace of the mysteries of space force. If this continued for a long time, once he really understood the mysteries of space force, he would definitely be able to cultivate space force like Yang Kai and obtain the space divine technique. Only now did Yang Kai truly realize the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. This secret art was really a peerless secret art, capable of devouring everything. Just think about it, no matter how mysterious the principal strength was, once it was used by someone, the one who cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique could comprehend and cultivate it by devouring it. This was simply robbing and the opponent could do nothing about it. It was no wonder that during the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the heaven-devouring great emperor was able to drag 4 top great emperors to the grave with him. With a secret art like the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, who in this world could be his opponent? This was simply cheating. "This king is a little reluctant to kill you." Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai excitedly and shouted, Boy, this king will give you one more chance. Stop here, open your knowledge sea and let this king brand his soul brand. When this king dominates the territory of the aspiring star and reproduces the glory of our ancestors, I will let you rule the world. How about it? Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at him, but while speaking, his hands were not idle. With a wave of his hand, he sent 2 huge moon blades towards Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up again as he stared at the moon blades, as if he had seen something novel. When the moon blades were about to reach him, he twisted his body to avoid them, licked his lips and said with an impatient look, "This king likes your space principles very much. As long as you can help this king cultivate and comprehend this principle strength, this king will not treat you unfairly." "Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. I only want one thing." Yang Kai sneered softly. Wu Mengchuan said with a sullen face, "If it's this king's life, then forget it." Yang Kai asked, "You're so smart, do your parents know?" Wu Mengchuan retorted angrily, "My parents died long ago, what does it have to do with them?" Scorching flame. While shouting angrily, Wu Mengchuan suddenly waved his hand and sent a stream of flames straight towards Yang Kai. This stream of flames contained the principle of fire and seemed to be able to burn everything. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that this principle of fire was not something Wu Mengchuan had comprehended on his own. Chapter 2480. A violent force swept out, and Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt and was immediately submerged. Hong Long Long. The ice and fire 9-layered heaven secret technique rolled over and gradually disappeared, its power dissipating. Wu Mengchuan, however, stood in place with a dignified expression, staring ahead. When the dust settled, Yang Kai stood in the void in ragged clothes. Although he was in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of losing his life. His expression was solemn as he formed a series of hand seals. A mysterious aura filled the air. Wu Mengchuan suddenly felt extremely uneasy, a feeling that made his heart beat wildly. For some reason he had a feeling that time had slowed down, as if his perception was being suppressed. Everything around him seemed to have come to a standstill, and only Yang Kai's movements were as fast as lightning. A dazzling handprint suddenly formed, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clapped it towards him, shouting in a low voice, "Flowing time Great Emperor Shuttle Art." Wu Mengchuan was shocked, instinctively sensing a dangerous aura. He wanted to dodge but he could not move at all, and even his thoughts seemed to have frozen at this moment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique did not play any role. The dazzling handprint pressed directly towards Wu Mengchuan. At this critical moment, Wu Mengchuan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and with a flick of his wrist, a blood-red bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle did not look big, only about a foot tall, but as soon as it appeared, an extremely strong bloody aura filled the air. A bright red light suddenly bloomed from this bottle, and this light was so thick that it was almost tangible. Not only was the smell of blood pungent, but it also flowed out, turning into a crimson light that shrouded the front. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a blood-red sea had suddenly spread out. It filled a vast expanse of space. Hong Hong Hong. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art blasted into the sea of blood. Monstrous waves were set off, causing the sea of blood to roil and tumble. Wu Mengchuan let out a muffled groan as he staggered back. Even though he had summoned this strange artifact, he was still inevitably hit by the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor, and his face rapidly aged, seemingly seriously injured. However, his expression had calmed down and was no longer as panicked as before. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Yang Kai, Wu Mengchuan growled, "I didn't expect you to have such a divine technique." Yang Kai frowned and kept looking around. It had only been 3 breaths since Wu Mengchuan summoned the blood-red bottle, but now the environment he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. The surroundings were filled with the thick smell of blood, and the sea of blood below was constantly churning. Bubbles appeared, and faint cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard coming from them. The surrounding space seemed to have been isolated by this sea of blood. Even though Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not detect anything beyond the sea of blood. It was as if this place had suddenly become a small world similar to the sealed world bead. It was completely isolated from the outside world. What the hell was that? Yang Kai was puzzled. The only thing he was certain of was that the blood-red bottle was an emperor artifact. Moreover, it was most likely an emperor artifact left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After all, Wu Mingchuan was not an Emperor Realm Master yet, so it was impossible for him to have his own Emperor artifact. If it really was an Emperor artifact left behind by the great Emperors of the Heaven-devouring Great Emperor, then it would be a big problem. Yang Kai's face sank for a moment. Boy, what kind of divine technique is that? It's completely different from the space principles you just used. Wu Mingchuan shouted again. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and snorted, "You're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions?" Wu Mingchuan was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Boy, your tone isn't small, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing this king to use the blood spirit bottle." Blood spirit bottle. Yang Kai raised his brow, knowing that this was the name of the Emperor artifact. "That's right," Wu Mingchuan said triumphantly, "this is an Emperor artifact left behind by our ancestor. Only those with the Wu family bloodline can use it. Others can't use it at all. Although the blood spirit bottle is not the ancestor's best work, it's enough to deal with you, boy." Sure enough, this is an Emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for his descendants. Yang Kai was shocked. Wu Mingchuan continued, "Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you can forget about escaping. Today you can either submit to this king or die here." Yang Kai sneered, "You better worry about yourself first. After being hit by this young master's flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique, how long can you live?" Although the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal did not have the desired effect, it did injure Wu Mingchuan. His gradually aging face was the best proof of this, and the principles of time that had invaded his body could not be easily resolved. The principles of time would continue to corrode Wu Mingchuan's vitality until he eventually died of old age. "What can a trivial secret technique do to me?" Wu Mingchuan coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, causing the blood below him to rush towards him. As the blood flowed in, Wu Mingchuan's old face quickly regained its luster, as if he was no longer eroded by the principles of time. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed that Wu Mingchuan's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. His face, which had recovered, quickly aged once more. "What kind of power is this?" Wu Mingchuan finally asked in shock. His method of using the blood to restore his vitality was actually treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Unless he continued to absorb the blood here, he would eventually die. After realizing this, Wu Mingchuan finally became afraid. Yang Kai laughed and sneered, "Can't you devour all things? Why don't you try devouring it yourself and you'll know? Boy, you're courting death. I wanted to keep your life for my own use, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you." Wu Mingchuan was furious and waved his hand, causing the blood sea to suddenly tumble and a blood dragon to emerge from it. This blood dragon was lifelike, staring at Yang Kai with its house-sized eyes, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. But in the next moment, the entire blood sea began to boil, and at the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound coming from all directions. Wu Mingchuan turned pale with fright and shouted, "Stop! Stop, you will destroy this king's blood spirit bottle." This space had been sealed when he summoned the blood spirit bottle, and now that the mountains and rivers bell was pressing down, the blood spirit bottle could not bear it at all. If this continued, this emperor artifact left by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors would definitely be damaged. Yang Kai sneered, "You're about to die, yet you still have the leisure to care about the bottle." If the blood spirit bottle could be used by him, Yang Kai would not be so ruthless. After all, this was a treasure left by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and its value was immeasurable, but Wu Mingchuan had said before that this thing could only be used by those with the Wu family bloodline, so even if Yang Kai obtained it, it would be useless. So he showed no mercy. Kacha. More and more sounds came out. Wu Mingchuan's face was pale as he roared, "Stop, let's talk things over." Yang Kai coldly said, "It's pointless to say even half a word." Voila. With a sound, the blood sea that filled the world was suddenly broken, and the power that sealed the space suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2481. In the void, the blood sea collapsed and blood splashed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light that filled heaven and earth disappeared. Wu Mingchuan stood somewhere with a pale face as if he had lost his soul. The destruction of the blood spirit bottle had caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Coupled with the fact that he had been hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttlecock seal, he was only half alive at this moment. Spitting out blood, he staggered and seemed to be unable to even stand steadily. Yang Kai was not much better off. This was the second time he had summoned the mountains and rivers bell. After the first strike, his vision turned black, his head spun, his ears buzzed, and his heart thumped like a war drum. He gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead bulged. He raised his hand, and the myriad sword turned into a rainbow and shot towards Wu Mengchuan. Accompanied by a soft thud, the myriad sword directly struck Wu Mengchuan's abdomen, nailing him firmly to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the earth red. Wu Mengchuan struggled hard, but was unable to break free. The next moment, Yang Kai waved his hand again and released the embodiment, saying with difficulty, "I'll leave him to you." Although the embodiment did not participate in this battle, he could clearly see what was happening outside from the sealed world bead, so as soon as he appeared, he immediately came in front of Wu Mengchuan and slapped him. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the earth shook and the place where Wu Mengchuan was standing was completely covered by the huge palm. The embodiment's eyes burst with light, like two bolts of lightning piercing through the past and present, and he shouted excitedly, "Heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique." The divine art was activated, and an extremely pure energy overflowed from Wu Mengchuan's old body. It was absorbed into the embodiment's body. Not long after, the embodiment let out a strange cry, which was mixed with great joy and excitement, and a mysterious power pervaded his huge body. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that the embodiment was about to break through his bottleneck. Wu Mengchuan was right, if the embodiment could devour him, then the embodiment could advance. This had nothing to do with who cultivated the main dungeon or who cultivated the dungeon. It was just that Wu Mengchuan had never thought that he would end up benefiting someone else. If he had known that there would be such an outcome, he probably would not have taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique back then. But then again, who in this world could have an embodiment that could cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques without suffering any backlash? And how many people in the Dao Source realm could defeat Wu Mengchuan? Just the blood spirit bottle alone was enough to make 90% of Dao Source realm cultivators retreat. Other people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics encountered Wu Mengchuan. It was just a dish. As his mind relaxed, endless exhaustion hit him. Yang Kai forced himself not to faint. He slowly sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The Dharmakaya continued to let out excited and strange cries. His voice was like thunder. As the avatar devoured, the avatar began to devour. Wu Mengchuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if he could die at any time. Suddenly, the embodiment let out a cry of surprise, as if it had discovered something, and its huge palm slammed down. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Wu Mengchuan's body exploded like a watermelon, his flesh and blood mangled, and he couldn't be more dead. The Dharmakaya continued to devour. After a while, the Dharmakaya stopped and stood still. Her lively eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. Compared with before, there were obviously a lot more battles here. Yang Kai could not help but frown. With so many people coming to the Source Sea, it was obvious that someone had spread the news, which was why so many cultivators rushed here. This also proved that the Source Sea was indeed a good place. But with so many people, there would naturally be more disputes. In such a chaotic situation, it was very precious to be able to absorb and refine the Source strength in peace. Yang Kai flew all the way here. He found that the situation was worse than he had thought. Not only were there more battles between cultivator, but the entire Source Sea was also exuding an extremely strange aura at this moment. Yang Kai clearly noticed that the Source Sea was slowly flowing in a certain direction, and this movement was even bigger than the one he had caused before. Could it be that there was someone else who had a treasure like the sealed world bead? Otherwise, how could there be such an anomaly in the Source Sea? His heart was full of doubts. However, he did not intend to stay outside for a long time. Instead, he planned to go deeper to see the situation like last time. The Source strength in the depths was richer and purer, and absorbing and refining it for a day was equivalent to absorbing and refining it for a month outside. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked in a certain direction. And over there, a pair of bright eyes happened to be looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. Because the person who was looking at him was Lu Yen. A year after entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai was separated from Lu Yen and the others. Sister Hua also went out to find her own opportunities, so he had been alone and felt a little lonely from time to time. But unexpectedly they met again in the Source Sea at this moment. Although it was a coincidence, it was also inevitable. At this moment, 70 to 80% of the surviving cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea had gathered in the Source Sea. Lu Yen and the others must have heard the news about the Source Sea, so they came here. The little girl from the Jianghu family was also standing next to Lu Yen at this moment. She looked slender and elegant, and her complexion was good. When Yang Kai flew over, Lu Yen quietly poked Zhang Ruoxi and whispered something to her. The next moment, Zhang Ruoxi turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her eyes suddenly shining. When Yang Kai came in front of her, she immediately shouted, "Sir." Perhaps it was because she saw Yang Kai again, but Zhang Ruoxi's little face was flushed, and the corners of her eyes were overflowing with a cheerful smile. She seemed extremely happy. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened as he swept them over Zhang Ruoxi. The little girl was embarrassed by Yang Kai's gaze. Third Order Dao Source Realm. At this moment he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anyone else dared to fight with Lan Sun, he would have already taught them a lesson. But Mo Shaoqi was not an ordinary person, so even though Xiao Chen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene at all. Just as he was feeling anxious, Xiao Chen felt someone flying towards him. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him with a smile on his face. He looked Yang Kai up and down and snorted coldly, "It's you." He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and caused a great disturbance. Of course, Xiao Chen would have a deep impression of such a person. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor realm." Xiao Chen said proudly, "What's there to congratulate? This young master is a genius, so it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor realm." His shameless boasting made Yang Kai's face turn black. But then again, although Xiao Chen was a bit arrogant and domineering, he did have some aptitude. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Xiao Chen said, "I remember that you took an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so why are you still in the Dao Source realm? TSK, isn't your aptitude a little too lacking? You've wasted that divine pill for nothing." Yang Kai smiled indifferently and said, "Yes, if I had given that extraordinary treasure pill to Brother Xiao back then, perhaps Brother Xiao would have already broken through to the Emperor realm." "Of course," Xiao Chen said triumphantly, but soon he asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he looked at the battle between the two girls and said, "Brother Xiao, why are you standing here and watching? Princess Lan Sun's identity is so noble, yet you let her fight with someone else. If this matter reaches the ears of Bright Moon Master, how could he let you off so easily? If anything happens to you, it will be even worse. Hurry up and separate them." Xiao Chen's face turned bitter, his previous pride and smugness suddenly disappearing as he complained, "If I could separate them, I would have done so long ago. Do you know who the woman fighting with the princess is?" Oh. Yang Kai stared at him innocently. "What a country bumpkin, you don't even know who she is." Xiao Chen curled his lips and said, "However, this young lady's identity is not something an ordinary person would know. Forget it, this young master will broaden your horizons today. Listen well, that young lady is the daughter of the martial beast Great Emperor." "Martial beast?" Yang Kai looked surprised. Xiao Chen snorted and said, "Are you afraid? Now you know why this young master can only watch but can't step forward to intervene, right? These two are both the princess and the master. If you offend either of them, you won't have any good consequences. Being a man is really difficult." He sighed, a bitter expression on his face. Yang Kai said, "But you can't let them fight like this anymore. Right now, the two of them are just exchanging pointers, but once they really get angry, the consequences will be very bad. You also know that little girls have a strong desire to win. If they remain in a stalemate for a long time, it may become a life-and-death situation. Xiao Qin trembled when he heard this, as if he had already foreseen that terrifying scene. His face turned pale as he said, "Is there really such a thing? Don't lie to me." Yang Kai said seriously, "Anything is possible. Right now, separating them is the most important thing." Xiao Qin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "How do we do that? Her Highness the Princess won't even listen to what I say, unless I directly intervene." "Then go directly intervene and separate them." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Brother Xiao, you are now also a strong person in the Emperor realm. How difficult would it be to separate two fighting little girl?" "Of course it won't be difficult." Xiao Qin snorted and looked at Yang Kai with deep meaning. He said, "But why do I feel like you are trying to frame me? Is it because I'm more handsome than you that you're unhappy about it?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai said righteously, "I am just considering the safety of the Princess Master. I am also a cultivator from the Southern Territory. Naturally, I don't want to see the Princess Master suffer any harm. The Princess Master is such a perfect person. Any harm is blasphemy to her." Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. His eyes were fiery as he said, "You are right. The Princess Master can't be hurt in the slightest. We must separate them quickly." "Brother Xiao, hurry up," Yang Kai urged. Xiao Qin grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Since you are so enthusiastic and loyal, then come with me. I will be responsible for stopping Princess Lan Sun, and you will be responsible for stopping the other princess. It's decided." While talking, he dragged Yang Kai and flew forward. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, his speed was as fast as lightning. Yang Kai was stunned and cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to trick Xiao Qin into intervening to solve this meaningless battle, but he didn't expect that this guy who seemed stupid was actually shrewd enough to drag him into the fray. But now that things had come to this, Yang Kai didn't have time to care so much. He could only cooperate with Xiao Qin as he said. When he got close, Xiao Qin threw Yang Kai directly towards the center of the battle between the two women while shouting, "Two princesses, please stop. Let's talk things out, don't be so violent." "Xiao Qin, your ancestor." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He never thought that Xiao Qin would be so despicable and insidious, actually using him as a hidden weapon. This was obviously done to divert Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi's attention, making it much easier for Yang Kai to intervene. In midair, Yang Kai twisted his body and stabilized himself. He didn't dare to act rashly and could only urge his source chi to protect himself. In the next moment, he rushed into the center of the battle between the two women. A few rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with Yang Kai's muffled groans. Both Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi withdrew their hands in astonishment and retreated a few dozen meters, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. Neither of the two women were indiscriminate murderers, so when they saw someone break into the battle and accidentally injure him, they immediately stopped. Mo Xiaoqi looked at the newcomer with some uneasiness, not knowing if his life was in danger, but in the next moment her beautiful eyes lit up and the beast tattoo on her face disappeared completely. Chapter 2484. What kind of status was Martial Beast's daughter? Even many masters from the Emperor realm had to be polite when they saw her, yet Yang Kai dared to reach out and hug her. If this matter reached Martial Beast's ears, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the world, he would still be cut into pieces. Not to mention Martial Beast, even the princess would not let this matter rest after being molested by a man like this. That brat is dead meat. However, Xiao Qin was soon surprised to find that after being hugged by Yang Kai, the princess did not resist at all. Instead, she reached out and hugged Yang Kai's neck, pressing her tender body tightly against Yang Kai's body. Xiao Qin's eyes turned red as he felt both envy and jealousy. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Strangely, Xiao Qin grinned and showed a gentle smile. While quickly approaching Lan Sun, he stretched out his broad arms to embrace Lan Sun. But just as he approached Lan Sun, before he could make a move, Lan Sun suddenly turned around and threw a pair of pink fists at him. With a bang, even though Xiao Qin had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was still hit in the nose by this punch. However, he did not dare to use any of his strength to resist it, so he saw stars and felt dizzy. "What are you doing?" Lan Sun looked at him coldly and asked with a displeased expression. "Nothing, nothing." Xiao Qin stood in place awkwardly as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his nose. On the other side, after Yang Kai took Mo Xiaoqi to a safe distance from Lan Sun, He felt the amazing softness of the 2 lumps on his chest. He could not help but blush a little as he patted Emo Xiaoqi's back. He said, all right, let's talk first before others see us make a fool of ourselves. Hearing this, Emo Xiaoqi realized that something was wrong and quickly jumped down from Yang Kai, blushing slightly as she said, Big brother Yang, it's really you. Yang Kai chuckled and looked her up and down. I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've grown up a lot. Emo Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose. She said, rogue? Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I said I've grown up, what are you thinking? Emo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai seriously and nodded. Big brother Yang has also become a lot stronger. When she left Maplewood City, Yang Kai was in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now they met again. Yang Kai was already in the Third Dao Source realm. Was a cultivator without a sect of his own and backing? Was extremely amazing. Emo Xiao Yang Kai's of the Beast sect was of the heaven of the sect. Of heaven of spirit of heaven was of a sect had a martial beast sect. Spirit chi cultivator had? To cultivate martial? Yang sect Yenyu. Lu Yen and Zhang Rua she also flew over. Emo Xiaoqi smiled. When I first entered the Shattered Star Sea, I thought I would meet Big Brother Yang, but I couldn't find you even after 2 years. It wasn't until I met elder sister Lu Yen not long ago that I realized you were really here. Lu Yen knew Emo Xiaoqi. The 2 women had also met in Maplewood City, but Lu Yen was still an artifact spirit at that time. Although she was very different from her current self, her aura had not changed much. So when they met, Emo Xiaoqi quickly recognized her. Then they came to the Source Sea together. Yang Kai also knew what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at Lan Sun quietly and said, Xiaoqi, why are you fighting with Princess Lan Sun? Emo Xiaoqi glared at them unhappily and snorted, it's an old grudge. Yang Kai's face darkened. How old are you two? What old grudge can there be? Although Emo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun both had powerful cultivations in the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were really young, in their early 20s at most. Only the descendants of the great emperors could achieve such cultivation at such an age. Chapter 2485. Would you like to go deeper and take a look? The source strength inside is extremely rich and pure. If you can absorb and refine it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation, Yang Kai quickly suggested when he saw that the atmosphere had eased. Lan Sun nodded and said, I was just about to take a look. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we go together? Since she had said so, how could Yang Kai refuse? He could only nod and say, it is an honor to be invited by the princess. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, Brother Yang, just call me Lan Sun the way you call little sister Xiaoqi. There is no need to mention the word, princess, again. Last time in the Four Seasons realm she had some contact with Yang Kai. At that time she felt that this person was extremely extraordinary, and now it seemed that she was right. Although Yang Kai was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm and his cultivation was a little behind Xiao Chen and the others, Lan Sun had a feeling that Yang Kai's future achievements would definitely be much higher than Xiao Chen's. Unlike Emo Xiaoqi who was inexperienced, Lan Sun had an extremely accurate eye for people. Immediately the group headed towards the depths of the Source Sea together. Not long after flying, they suddenly heard a burst of exclamations in front of them. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light slowly rose from the Source Sea, as dazzling as a bright moon. Incomparably clear fluctuations of source strength spread out all of a sudden. The source strength of the stars! Xiaochen exclaimed. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up as he shouted in a low voice, it's the complete source strength of the stars. After entering the Shattered Star Sea for so long, although he had absorbed and refined a lot of source strength, Yang Kai had not seen the complete source strength of the stars yet. The source strength he had absorbed and refined in the past few years was all in fragments. Although it was also beneficial to him, it was undoubtedly much worse than the complete source strength of the stars. When he first came to the Source Sea, Yang Kai heard that there was a complete source strength of the stars in this Source Sea. He did not expect to see it now. As soon as this complete star source appeared, even Lan Sun, the daughter of great emperors, breathed a little faster and her pretty face showed a fanatical look. It was obvious how attractive this thing was to a cultivator. However, before Yang Kai and the others could fight over anything, countless cultivators flew over from all directions and locked their gazes on the complete source of the stars. Chasing, competing, fighting, the scene suddenly became bloody. In just 5 breaths, more than 20 cultivators screamed as they fell from the sky into the source sea. 5 breaths later, the complete source of the stars suddenly disappeared. It was unknown who had snatched it away. The remaining people felt indignant and began to curse loudly. There really is a complete source of stars here. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene from beginning to end. The Origin Sea is a very special place. How did it form and how did it contain so much origin energy? No one could say for sure. However, there has been a rumor about the Origin Sea since ancient times. Only a few people know about it. Lan Sun said with a solemn expression. What rumor? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. She was the daughter of great emperors Mingyu, so there should be very few things in this world that she did not know. Yang Kai had always had doubts about the Origin Sea, so when he heard her mention it, he could not help but become interested. Xiao Chen also cast an inquiring look at Lan Sun, obviously not knowing about the rumor about the Origin Sea. Lan Sun did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Mo Xiaoqi and said, "It's a rumor." Lan Sun nodded and said, "Although the world passages are sealed, it is not impossible to go to the low-level star's territory. I heard from my father, the master, that every star's territory has its own guardian. These guardians guard the entire star's territory and prevent the star's territory from being disturbed by powerful external forces. These guardians can enter and leave the star's territory they guard at will. If others want to enter, they can only find those extremely dangerous passages. However, these passages are extremely rare in the entire star boundary, and most of them cannot withstand too much power and can collapse at any time. If those people want to go down, they can only cut off their cultivation." Star's territory's guardian. Yang Kai's dusty memory was opened with Lan Sun's words. He had heard Yang Yen mention this term before. Yang Kai once thought that when he cultivated, he would become a guardian of the Hung Luo star field. He quickly asked, "How can one become a guardian of a star's territory?" Lan Sun shook her head and said, "I don't know. My father, the master, never mentioned it to me." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, "Brother Yang, did you come from one of those stars' territory?" Yang Kai was so enthusiastic about this kind of thing, so it was inevitable that Lan Sun would think of something. Junior sister Lan is really smart. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not deny it. Is Brother Yang really a cultivator from one of those stars' territory? Lan Sun was slightly surprised, and even Xiao Chen could not help glancing at him. It was rumored that the cultivator who could come to the star boundary from a low-level star's territory all had heaven-defying aptitude and a bright future. They had always been the target of competition among the major forces. Although there were indeed many such people in the star boundary, compared to the native cultivator of the entire star boundary, the number of these people was still small. Lan Sun had only heard of them and had never seen them. No wonder Yang Kai's cultivation speed was so fast. It seems that the rumors are true, she thought to herself. While talking, the group had already reached the depths of the Source Sea. There were only a few people from the Emperor realm here, but now there were obviously many more people. Yang Kai took everyone to the island where he had landed before, only to find that the island was already full of people, and there was no place to stay. Yang Kai's face could not help but darken. At this moment, a clear ripple of origin energy suddenly appeared from a certain location. "Another complete source strength of the stars has appeared," Xiao Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone looked over and saw that not far away, a ray of light was slowly rising from the bottom of the sea, forming a strange scene of a bright moon on the sea. Before the source chi had fully appeared, countless cultivators had already swarmed over. This was not the end. After the complete source strength appeared, another ray of light appeared in another place, followed by a third, a fourth. In an instant, the sea was densely packed with these dazzling bright moons. At a rough count, there were at least 100 of them and more were appearing. So many. Xiao Chen's face was full of shock, but he was also extremely excited. Lan Sun, however, frowned and said with some unease, "There must be something wrong. Such a situation has never happened in the Source Sea." Yang Kai also had a bad feeling, but with so many complete source strengths in front of him, who would not be tempted? "Master!" Lu Yen called out in a low voice. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Let's grab them first." While speaking, he greeted Lan Sun and said, "Junior sister Lan, let's split up." Lan Sun nodded and said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, knowing that this guy couldn't find the right person to attack. He could only find a pushover like him to make an example out of him. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and just looked at Liang Qiu indifferently. "Why are you pointing your spear at me? Are you going to attack me?" Liang Qiu said angrily, "Boy, you already know the answer. This young master sees that you have good aptitude and cultivation is not easy, so I'll give you a chance. Now take your female companions and get out of here. Otherwise, you will lose face later and don't even think about raising your head in front of these beauties for the rest of your life." While he was shouting, he was also cursing in his heart. Because at this moment, Kai Yang was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and even a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It really made him envious, jealous, and hateful. You want to bully the weak with numbers? This young master is not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see who will be the one to lose face later. Yang Kai resisted Liang Qiu's power and shouted righteously, "You want this young master to leave? Dream on. We cultivators would rather die standing than live kneeling." "Well said, little brother, we support you. Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to attack you, we will go up and fight him. Yes, we are all your backup. Don't be afraid of him." The group of cultivator who had been driven away in the distance shouted. It was unknown whether they were jeering or really cheering for Yang Kai, but it was probably the former. No matter what Yang Kai's background was or what ability he had, he dared to resist Liang Qiu's atrocities, which was naturally inspiring and extremely encouraging. As for whether Yang Kai would live or die in the end, it was not something they cared about. Liang Qiu's face was gloomy and his nose was crooked from anger. He felt embarrassed in front of everyone and shouted angrily, "Well, since you have such backbone, this young master will grant you your wish." His long spear shook and a burst of light burst out. Wrapped in the light, he stabbed towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void as if he had come from ancient times. Xiaoxing's face changed slightly. He had now broken through to the Emperor realm, so he could naturally feel the ferocity of Liang Qiu's move. Even he himself was not 100% sure that he could take it. Not to mention Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao Source realm. Moreover, Yang Kai had several female companions around him. Under this blow, Yang Kai would either die or be injured. In a flash, he was about to save him. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai had already flashed and charged towards Liang Qiu instead of retreating. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. A look of astonishment flashed across Liang Qiu's eyes as he did not know what Yang Kai was doing. "Big brother Yang." Chapter 2489. Silence, a ghostly silence. Walla the entire void burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked and their eyes glazed over. Was that Dao Source realm young man really fine after taking Liang Qiu's fierce blow? Wow, it can't be right. He blocked it. My eyes have been blinded by your brilliance. Is he really a Dao Source realm cultivator? Did he hide his cultivation? Liang Qiu, you've lost a lot of face this time. Liang Qiu only felt his hand go numb, his whole body go cold, and he felt dizzy in his head. He glanced at his spear in a daze, then looked at Yang Kai and said with difficulty, "Boy, are you human?" There was a hint of horror in his voice. Obviously he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could really fight back with his fist. How could he do such a thing? And he was a Dao Source realm cultivator. I don't like what you're saying. If I'm not a human, am I a ghost? Yang Kai snorted coldly. The people of the Emperor realm around also looked at Yang Kai again at this moment, as if they wanted to know him again. A Dao Source realm cultivator could fight against the Emperor realm. They had never even heard of such a thing. Even they couldn't do what Yang Kai did when they were in the Third Order Dao Source realm. How strong was this boy's physical body? He could actually fight head-on with Liang Qiu's spear, and the speed of his recovery was a bit too amazing. Previously, his fist was clearly a bloody mess, but in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Moreover, the blood flowing out of this kid's body was not red but a pale gold color. That blood contained an unimaginable vitality and blood energy fluctuation. Hyoji's eyes trembled slightly. For a long time, as the son of the great emperors, he felt that he was superior and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in his eyes. Because whether it was aptitude, strength, or background, no one in this world could surpass him. When Liang Qiu attacked earlier, he also thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now he found that he was very wrong. There might be people in this world who couldn't surpass him in terms of background, but in terms of aptitude, in terms of strength among cultivators of the same level, he definitely couldn't look down on them. This Dao Source Realm young man in front of him was the best example. Are really weird. Liang Qiu looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while, then shook his head and said. Yang Kai snorted, "Do you want to come again? If you do, this young master will accompany you to the end." No. Liang Qiu shook his head like a rattledrum. You have the right to stay here. The reason why he attacked Yang Kai earlier was because his cultivation wasn't at the Emperor Realm. Everyone who remained here was either from the Emperor Realm or had companions from the Emperor Realm. Only Yang Kai's group of Dao Source Realm cultivators stood out. Naturally, he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. It was a good show for those who had been driven away, to let them know the serious consequences of staying here without strength. Who would have thought that it would fail? Instead, he was shocked by Yang Kai. If they continued to fight and he won, it would be an unfair victory, but if he lost, he would no longer have the face to walk the star boundary in the future. Liang Qiu had no confidence in defeating Yang Kai at all. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Kai cupped his fists casually. At this moment, Lu Yen suddenly shouted, Master, there's something wrong with little sister Xiao Qi. Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Mo Xiao Qi's beautiful eyes glowing with a bone-chilling light, her gaze extremely sharp. An amazing aura spread out from her tender body. This aura was somewhat similar to the mountains and rivers bell, as if it came from the ancient wilderness. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Old man, you've gone too far. Let's see how you're going to deal with this. Although he was strong now, facing thousands of Dao Source Realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If so many people pounced on him, he could only run away. Although the old man was unfathomable, Yang Kai didn't think he could fight thousands alone. The old man smiled slightly and said, They only have eyes for this ring. Since that's the case, I'll give it to them. Give it to them? Yang Kai was stunned. Before he could react, the old man had already thrown the space ring into the void and shouted, If you want it, go grab it yourself. Yang Kai didn't know what method the old man used, but the space ring burst into light and flew off into the distance with the force of thunder. Old man, you're courting death. You threw the ring away. Just you wait, this young master will deal with you when he gets the space ring. What are you talking about? Hurry up and chase after him. You can save 500 years of cultivation with this space ring. Asterisk shwa shwa shwa. Asterisk rays of light bloomed as all the cultivators turned into streams of light and chased after the space ring. In the blink of an eye, all the thousands of cultivators had disappeared. The old man looked at the backs of those people and clicked his tongue. If I had known this method would work so well, this old master wouldn't have spent so much effort. With a chagrined look, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Boy, aren't you going to chase? That's the space ring of the great emperors. There are countless emperor artifacts and pills inside. If you can get it, breaking through to the emperor realm is just around the corner. His tone was full of bewitchment, obviously trying to get Yang Kai to leave here as well. Yang Kai sneered, Old sir, you said before that during the battle of emperors, except for a few things, everything else was smashed. There is nothing good in that ring, so why should I chase after it? After a pause, he smiled slyly. What's more, the space ring is still here and the one that flew out is just a fake. Why should I chase after it? The old man stared at Yang Kai. How did you see through it? This old master's camouflage shouldn't have been seen through by you. Yang Kai nodded. Old sir's camouflage is indeed superb, but you didn't even put your hand into the black hole, so how could you take out the ring? What's more, the skeleton and the ring seem to be right in front of us, but in fact they are far away from us. How can you reach out and take them? What seems to be right in front of us is just an illusion caused by the superposition of space. The old man was surprised. You have good eyesight. So you are still here because you want the ring? Yang Kai said, I just want to know what Ruashi's bloodline power is like. I really can't tell you this. You will understand in the future. Chapter 2497. Now that the arrow was knocked on the string, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, waved his hand and scattered countless source crystals from his space ring around his body. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, emptied his mind and body, ignoring all the unstable factors, and only comprehending the fluctuations of the heavenly way brought about by the battle between the two great emperors. This kind of promotion was something that no one had ever done before in history. Yang Kai had no choice but to do so. But he soon discovered that this might be an opportunity for him, because the two great emperors' every move and even their words carried a trace of mysterious power that coincided with the truth of the heavenly way. It was as if he was absorbing the two great emperors' perception of the heavenly way, using it as a cornerstone to spy on his own path of martial Tao. The benefits were simply indescribable. Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him and was completely immersed in it. The source crystals around him were shaken violently and turned into dust. Pure and rich world energy escaped from the source crystals and slowly gathered above Yang Kai's head, gradually forming a heavenly vision. Oh, there's a little bug. Although the two great emperors were fighting fiercely and seemed to be distracted, at their level of cultivation, their perception was extremely sharp. They noticed the slightest movement on Yang Kai's side. Wukong took a moment to look at Yang Kai, then his eyes flashed with disdain. A trivial third-order Tao source realm was nothing in his eyes. Not to mention when he was at his peak. Even now, he could easily crush a Tao Source Realm cultivator like crushing an ant. How did this boy come in? Duan Hongchen was slightly surprised. This was the place where Wukong had faked his death, so the entrance to the black hole had been set up with his own unique barrier. Let alone coming in, it was impossible to even discover it. Otherwise, Duan Hongchen would not have only found this place today after so many openings of the Shattered Star Sea over the past tens of thousands of years. He already knew that the Origin Sea was Wukong's hiding place. However, he did not know exactly where it was hidden until the Origin Sea changed and the black hole formed, devouring a large amount of the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Only then was he able to enter this place. It was thanks to his understanding of Wukong that he was able to break the restriction on the entrance. If it was any other place in the Emperor Realm, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would only be able to look on helplessly. How did Yang Kai have the ability to enter this place? Could it be that after he entered, the restriction at the entrance loosened, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it? Duan Hongchen was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have destroyed the entrance after coming in. But he didn't know. The only reason Yang Kai could enter this place was because of the jade strip left behind by Wu Mengchuan after his death. The jade slip could be said to be a key. The person holding the jade slip would be able to ignore the restriction at the entrance and enter this place. This was what Wukong had left behind for his descendants. Everything was a coincidence. To Duan Hongchen's relief, he only found Yang Kai's trace and did not see a Mo Shaoqi or Zhang Ruoxi. If those two girls were also here, then today's matter would be troublesome. You dare to be distracted while fighting with this king? Duan Hongchen, you deserve to die today. Wukong shouted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo. Asterisk a strange sound was heard as a violent wind suddenly swept out from his palm and swept towards Duan Hongchen. This wind did not seem to be an ordinary one. It actually contained the aura of the elemental sources. Wherever it swept, the world collapsed and space shattered. Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, although this old master wishes Iron Blood to die early and reincarnate, what's disappointing is that bastard doesn't even show any signs of aging. Instead, he's getting younger and younger. It's really enviable. Recently, he seems to have taken in a little disciple and spent a lot of effort to teach her, but I don't know what he's after. Disciples are meant to be deceived by their master. It's really sad to talk about it. It was unknown if he was thinking of Wen Zishan when he said this, but he seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. Wukong said angrily, since he's still alive, why would he hand over the divine wood origin to you? How could he bear to? Duan Hongchen grinned and said, because this old master told him that if he didn't hand over the divine wood origin, this old master would find hundreds and thousands of young and strong men and form a group to seduce his precious disciple. Let's see if his disciple can control herself. He obediently gave in. Wukong's face darkened when he heard this. He was speechless and said, you can do that? Duan Hongchen curled his lips and said, you don't know how much he cares about his precious disciple. That little girl seems to have a special constitution and is extremely suitable to inherit his legacy. This old master has seen that little girl before. She's amazing. Young people nowadays are amazing. At such a young age, she vaguely has the demeanor of Iron Blood back then. She can kill her master with one punch. When this old master left Iron Blood Castle, he punched me. My eyebrows were cracked and my blood spilled everywhere. Wukong laughed and said, you deserve it. I'm afraid no one in this world can be more shameless than you. You flatter me, you flatter me. Duan Hongchen smiled slightly. Wukong said, so what if you have the divine wood origin? After all, you're not the first owner of the divine wood origin. How can you win against this old master's primordial astral wind? Whether or not I can win, I still have to try. Don't tell me this old master should just sit and wait for death? As the two fought, they exchanged words. One moment they acted like old friends reminiscing about the past, and the next moment they acted like they were mortal enemies. If there was anyone else here, they would have been confused by this scene. However, the two elemental origins collided madly without rest, causing the space to shatter and fill the sky with the power of wind and wood. It was extremely shocking. The sweeping primordial astral wind was extremely powerful. Even if the Emperor realm was swept into it, there would be nothing left of them. However, the divine wood white barbarian's shadow was impregnable. No matter how strong the wind blew, it would not move. The leaves rustled as it guarded Duan Hongchen tightly. Within a radius of 100 miles, the space and line of sight had been distorted. The blood on the ground had all evaporated. This kind of competition was a competition of the two's control of their respective elemental origins. Moreover, the result could not be determined in a short period of time. With such a situation, whether it was Wukong or Duan Hongchen, it was difficult for them to back down. If Wu Guang withdrew the primordial astral wind, Duan Hongchen would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. In his current state, there was no way he could resist the attack of the divine wood origin. Whether it was the primordial astral wind or the divine wood origin, they were both treasures comparable to the true phoenix fire. Not only were they precious and difficult to find, but they were also infinitely powerful. In particular, Wu Guang was still a skeleton at the moment, so the divine tree's origin was especially lethal to him. Once the divine tree's origin power invaded his body, he would never be able to reconstruct his body. He did not dare to let his guard down. Duan Hongchen laughed and said, I think this boy has more than just the characteristics of great emperors. He will surpass you sooner or later. Surpass this king? Wukong sneered when he heard this. Dream on. No one can surpass this king's ability. Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, whatever you say. You won't have the chance to see it anyway. Wukong's voice turned cold. Are you so confident that you can kill this king? Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, this old master has said it before. Since I have come here, I have no intention of leaving alive. Today, even if my soul is destroyed, I will eliminate you completely. Good, since you've said so, this king won't be polite when dealing with you, As he spoke, Wu Kuang's expression suddenly changed as he turned his attention to Yang Kai again. Duan Hongchen also seemed to have noticed something wrong. When he turned his head, he saw the heavenly vision change again. The world's might gathered above Yang Kai's head turned into an inverted funnel, connecting the sky to the earth. The terrifying world's might made the two great emperors' faces turn solemn. As soon as the funnel appeared, it madly blasted down and directly connected with Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing up the rich and surging world's might. A clear aura of the emperor realm rippled out, growing stronger and stronger. This. Duan Hongchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What's going on? Is this brat courting death? Ah. Wukong laughed loudly. He overestimates himself and dares to compete with the heavenly might. Hongchen, this brat probably won't have the chance to surpass this king. He will definitely die like this. Duan Hongchen heard this and didn't refute. He just sighed and said, what a pity, what a pity. Normally when he saw this scene he might have helped Yang Kai because of his love for talent. However, at this moment he was engaged in a fierce battle with Wukong, so he didn't have the spare energy to care about Yang Kai's business. Under this terrifying world's might, how could Yang Kai possibly survive? As he spoke, the commotion on the other side became more and more violent. The entire earth was shaking, and bottomless ravines appeared in this strange world, crisscrossing with each other. A roar suddenly came from the other side. At the same time, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it met the world's might head-on. Golden divine dragon source. Wukong cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if he had been greatly shocked. Impossible. Duan Hongchen also looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As soon as the golden dragon phantom appeared, it attracted most of the attention of the two great emperors, causing their focus to shift to Yang Kai, causing their expressions to change greatly. Who the hell is this kid? How can he have the golden divine dragon source? Wukong shouted. For some reason he suddenly became very agitated. Duan Hongchen was absent-minded for a while before he said, how would this old man know about this? The golden divine dragon is the ancestor of the dragon race. Rumor has it that it was the one who gave birth to the entire dragon race. However, after giving birth to the dragon race, it turned into ashes. How can the golden divine dragon source still exist in this world? TSK. Wu Kuang's hollow eye sockets twitched like will-o'-the-wisps. He had an extremely greedy look on his face. If those old dragons on Dragon Island knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. What the hell are you planning? Duan Hongchen suddenly became alert and turned his head to glare at Wukong. After realizing this, the two great emperors no longer felt the slightest pity for Yang Kai, because the tribulation he had experienced was inevitable. Even if it did not appear at this moment, it would come to him in the future. It was only a matter of time and there was no way to avoid it. The previous baptism of the world force was just an appetizer. This bombardment of the world force was the real ordeal. If Yang Kai could survive, he would definitely soar to the sky, but if he could not, he would be reduced to ashes. Wukong, you are experienced and knowledgeable, do you think he can survive? Duan Hongchen swallowed his saliva and asked. Wukong's Adam's apple also moved, but as a skeleton, there was no saliva to swallow, so he said lightly, the mountains and rivers' bells sound can suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura can change the world. Among all the emperors back then, this old master admired you the most, but the one I feared the most was Yuan Ding, because he had the mountains and rivers bell. Is this why you risked your life to be the first to severely injure him? Wukong coldly snorted. This king wanted to kill him, but unfortunately, you got in the way and ruined this king's good deed. What happened back then is already in the past. Let's change the subject. Duan Hongqin grinned. Wukong said, if Yuan Ding personally used the Mountains and Rivers Bell, this world force would not be able to do anything. The Mountains and Rivers Bell can suppress the world force, which is the nemesis of the world force. But this kid, how much of the Mountains and Rivers Bell's power can he use? Duan Hongqin said seriously, so you think he will definitely die? Wukong said, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Duan Hongqin rolled his eyes and said, then how about we make a bet? What bet, what bet? Wukong asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongqin pointed his finger, let's bet whether he can survive or not. What if he lives? What if he dies? If he dies, this old master will kill himself in front of you and detonate my divine soul. If he lives, you have to do the same. As soon as he said this, Wukong's expression changed greatly and he shouted, Duan Hongqin, you want to kill this king so badly? You don't hesitate to use your own life as a bet? Duan Hongqin said in a deep voice, this old master said that even if my divine soul is destroyed today, I will drag you to the grave with me. I don't care about my life, so what is this old master afraid of? Wukong's eyes kept twitching, obviously very angry. Scared? Duan Hongqin smiled contemptuously and glanced at him. Don't try to provoke this king. Wukong snorted coldly, this king has never been afraid of anything since he was born. So you agree to it? Wukong snorted, this king's life is in my control, others can't decide for me. Duan Hongqin laughed, Wukong, oh Wukong, I didn't expect you to become so cautious. It seems that you have changed a lot after being asleep for tens of thousands of years. If it were you in the past, you wouldn't say this. What would this king have said in the past? Wukong looked at him coldly. Duan Hongqin said, if it were you in the past, you would definitely have agreed and then secretly killed that little brat. In your eyes, is this king such a despicable person? Wukong snorted coldly. Despicable or not, you don't know in your heart, yet you ask me. While the two great emperors were talking, the stream of light formed by the world force was already very close to Yang Kai, but after Yang Kai summoned the Mountains and Rivers Bell, the speed of the stream of light was greatly reduced. The Mountains and Rivers Bell's suppressive aura seemed to have a great effect on it. However, Yang Kai was under a great deal of pressure at this moment. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior. The corners of Duan Hongchen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, amazing, amazing. Young people these days are really amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, Duan Hongchen, if it weren't for your interference, this king would have seized this boy's body. I'm afraid this king will never find such an excellent body again. Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that the one who spoke was Wukong, he was still not used to people changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. He gestured with his hand and said, Senior Duan, please go first. Duan Hongchen nodded lightly and took the lead to walk out of the void corridor, soon disappearing from sight. After he left, Yang Kai followed unhurriedly. Stepping out of the void corridor, a bleak scene came into view. Looking around, this place was like a desert. Yellow sand was rolling on the ground and no end could be seen at a glance. Strong winds were blowing and clouds were flying, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 10 meters away. Duan Hongchen, who came out before Yang Kai, also turned his head and looked around. Yang Kai stood beside him, shaded his eyes with his hand and looked around for a while before asking, Senior Duan, what is this place? He was sure that this was the star boundary. In other words, after coming out of the void corridor, he had already returned to the star boundary. However, this place was definitely not the northern territory where he entered the Shattered Star Sea because the northern territory was freezing cold, so it was impossible to have such a scene. Duan Hongchen pondered for a while and said, this should be the Purple Mountain Desert in the Eastern Territory. Eastern Territory? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had planned to go to the Eastern Territory to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts after he understood the situation in the Shattered Star Sea. After all, he had already inquired about Xiao Zhao from Yin Lisheng. It was just that the Eastern Territory was a long way away, and there were many dangers along the way. He wanted to find some big cities or big sects and borrow their territory crossing space arrays, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to the Eastern Territory. This was really a pleasant surprise. Did you have something to do in the Eastern Territory? Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, just a little personal matter. Duan Hongchen didn't continue to ask and nodded. In that case, this old master will part with you here. In the future, when you travel the star boundary, remember to be upright and have a clear conscience. Yang Kai said solemnly, this junior will remember Senior's instructions. After that he asked, Senior won't go back to Azure Sun Temple? Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, this old master's current state is not suitable for going to crowded places, so I won't go. If you see Wen Zishan in the future, you don't have to tell him about this old master, lest he worries. Yang Kai said, this junior will remember. Duan Hongchen nodded before his figure flickered and soon disappeared into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Duan Hongchen was obviously very worried about Wukong's soul in his body, so he couldn't wait to separate from him and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Yang Kai didn't know what he planned to do in the future. Now that he and Wukong were sharing a body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but fortunately he couldn't even self-destruct now. If there was a chance in the future he could find a way to expel Wukong's soul from his body. However, this required an extremely powerful strength to accomplish. After a while, Yang Kai also summoned his own wooden boat and left like lightning. Half a day later, Yang Kai left the area covered in yellow sand and saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he flew closer, Yang Kai realized that this was a very small oasis. In the desert, oases were extremely rare. Such a small place could often bring vitality and hope to people who were lost in the desert. There were some traces of human activity in the oasis, but at the moment, there was not a single person. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Yang Kai flew down and found a slightly cleaner place to sit down. Then his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. Previously, when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, in order to resist the world force that fell from the sky, he had to draw a trace of world force from the sealed world bead. He didn't know if this would cause any damage to the small sealed world. After his advancement, he didn't have time to investigate at all. It was only now that he found the time. If there is even the slightest mistake, you will definitely be burned to death. Before Yang Kai could finish, Lu Yen said, Master, I am ready. Yang Kai was slightly stunned and looked at her seriously for a while before nodding. You can choose your own path. Since you are mentally prepared, I won't say anything more. Just, be careful. Lu Yen pursed her red lips and said softly, if Lu Yen fails to refine the Phoenix True Fire, please don't be sad for me, Master. Lu Yen is just an artifact spirit incarnation who gave birth to sentience by chance. I have been able to follow Master for so many years and have been taken care of in every possible way. I have long been satisfied. This servant has lived a life like a human, and that is enough. When it came to emotional parts, her eyes turned slightly red. However, because she was a soul puppet, she couldn't shed a single tear. Yang Kai said softly, it is my honor to be able to know you and accompany you all the way. Don't think too much, you will succeed. Lu Yen nodded firmly and said, I will definitely not disappoint Master. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn and he suddenly urged the golden divine dragon source in his body. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind him and bared its fangs and claws. Yang Kai reached into the sealed world bead and grasped fiercely, directly pulling out the Phoenix True Fire. Above the dragon claw, the Phoenix True Fire was like a living little phoenix, fluttering its wings as if it wanted to fly away, but it was firmly bound by the golden divine dragon source. Catch! Yang Kai shouted and slowly pressed the Phoenix True Fire towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen took a deep breath and her expression instantly became tranquil as she opened her mouth and swallowed the Phoenix True Fire. Immediately afterwards, her figure flickered and she flew towards the depths of the desert like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon, an extremely scorching fluctuation of power came from the other side and a ball of fire burned fiercely. From the yellow sand, a clear and loud phoenix cry rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense and carefully observed the situation. If he had any other choice, he would not have let Lu Yen refine the Phoenix True Fire at this time. He originally planned to wait until Lu Yen was a little stronger before giving the Phoenix True Fire to her, but now that the sealed world bead was seriously damaged and would collapse sooner or later, it was no longer suitable to store the Phoenix True Fire in it. As for the Phoenix True Fire, it could only be stored in the sealed world bead. A space ring could not contain it at all. Once the sealed world bead collapsed, this precious Phoenix True Fire was very likely to be swallowed into a void crack, never to be found again. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only choose to let Lu Yen refine the Phoenix True Fire at this time. However, Yang Kai was also fully prepared. It would be best if Lu Yen could successfully refine the Phoenix True Fire, but if the refining process was not ideal, he would directly intervene and use his golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell to suppress it. Presumably, Lu Yen's life would not be in danger. He did not tell Lu Yen about these plans because he did not want Lu Yen to have a fluke mentality, thinking that even if the refining failed, it would not matter. Only in this way could Lu Yen's potential be forced out. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Because Lu Yen, who was refining the Phoenix True Fire, was burning up. The phantom of the fire phoenix appeared behind her small body and stared at her coldly with its majestic phoenix eyes. Obviously, it was unwilling to be refined like this. Fortunately, Lu Yen was a soul puppet and a fire attribute artifact spirit.